Hello everyone. Please stand straight for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
A very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to this session on standards for safe and secure electric vehicle ecosystem in India. My name is Ashima Sachdeva. I am the commercial advisor at the US Embassy in New Delhi, and I will serve as your moderator for this forum today. Today's event is organized by UL Solutions and Engagement in partnership with the US Commercial Service Office in India. We would like to thank World Resource Institute India, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, Niti Aayog, and the Bureau of Indian Standards for acting as our knowledge partners and supporting our program on standards in electric vehicles in India. So why standards? Why would we have this conference on EV standards? Well, with the growing population, India's dependence on conventional energy resources is not sustainable, as the country imports close to 80% of its crude oil requirements. The government has set ambitious EV adoption goals, implemented a number of policies to promote EV adoption in India, including schemes like faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, production-linked incentive schemes, and battery swapping policy. These policies have created a plethora of business opportunities in the EV sector, including in the areas of manufacturing, charging infrastructure, and battery technology. In response to these growing and emerging business opportunities, the US Commercial Service and ULSE have collaborated in facilitating the safer, secure, and more sustainable deployment of EVs in India. Today's program will bring subject matter experts from across India and the US to share their knowledge and experience in design, manufacturing, quality assurance, and policy making with their Indian counterparts. I would like to welcome Dr. David Steele to begin the session, Executive Director of UL Secure Standards and Engagement, to begin the opening remarks for the session.
Namaskar. Good morning and welcome. On behalf of UL Standards and Engagement, I would like to start by thanking you all for being here, as well as thanking our partners for this event. Niti Aayog, the Bureau of Indian Standards, WRI India, the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and the US Commercial Service for working with us to convene this special event. What a wonderful turnout to see so many of you here for this important topic. The road to the safe adoption of electric vehicles in India and globally will require immense collaboration, and we are proud to support advancing this conversation towards a safer, more secure, and sustainable future. Now, the work we do at UL Standards and Engagement has been at the forefront of many world-defining transitions over the last 130 years. We were born out of innovation when the 1893 Chicago World's Fair ushered in the electric age It brought with it fears and realities of buildings burning down. But rather than give way to fear, our founder, William Henry Merrill, was inspired to consider the implications of the electrical revolution and how to protect and accelerate progress. With that, Underwriters Laboratories was established. Since our first standard for tin-clad fire doors in 1903, we have been a leader in standards development for more than a century. Our mission as a nonprofit organization is very simple. It's working for a safer world. But to create that safer, more sustainable, and more secure world, scientific discoveries must be translated and amplified into action. Over time, our organization has gone through many changes. Recently, in 2022, we separated into 3 distinct independent organizations. You may be familiar with UL Solutions, which does the testing, inspection, and certification. There's also UL Research Institutes, which does safety research looking at issues and hazards on the horizon. And then there's our organization, UL Standards and Engagement, a nonprofit standards and advocacy organization. Safety science is at the heart of what we do. We have developed over 1,700 standards and guidance documents, really as our currency of impact. We develop those standards through a robust consensus process, which means bringing together stakeholders on a particular topic to consider safety from all different angles. In fact, we have more than 4,000 experts from manufacturers, government, nonprofits, academia, and other interest groups on our various technical committees. And although we are headquartered in the United States, our members come from more than 30 countries. In fact, 20% of the membership of our technical committees is international. And we're very happy to have many members from India on our technical committees. The variety of expertise and perspectives on those committees shapes a comprehensive standard that is beholden to no particular interest, but prioritizing making products and systems safer. UL Standards and Engagement offers solutions to global safety challenges. And there may be no greater challenge facing us all right now than tackling climate change and creating a more sustainable world. Electric vehicles are a critical part of reducing emissions and advancing greater sustainability. While EV use is exploding, we have been working now for more than a decade developing standards towards EV safety. It's a very quickly evolving area, and over that time, we have revisited our standards and will continue to do so as new risks emerge. One of those risks is the growing number of EV-related fires, a challenge here and around the world. Fires are ignited by a process called thermal runaway, when the battery reaches elevated temperatures due to thermal or mechanical failure. These fires are rapid and they're difficult to extinguish, and they're a challenge that we have to navigate as we capitalize on the opportunity of EVs. But EVs are such an important solution as we prioritize clean energy, and e-mobility devices can be cheaper than a gasoline or petrol-powered vehicle. So it's critical that safety accommodates the demand for EVs, rather than allowing fear to stifle it. That is the role that we see for standards. Standards support greater safety and can enable innovation, not discourage it or impede access to new technologies. So while we have been engaged in this EV space for more than a decade, the need for EVs and for their associated products to conform to standards has never been greater than it is today. We are a dedicated partner in ensuring EV safety in India with a long-term strategy and a clear plan for action. In our first year, we will focus on batteries, EV components, charging infrastructure for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and cars. Next year, we will focus on large trucks, buses, and heavy-duty vehicles to evolve global standards through convening and collaborating with all stakeholders. And in the third year, we will look at new technologies such as hydrogen fuel cell safety, and continue to look at the development of new standards to address this market. But the success of our long-term strategy is dependent on all of you. We look for all of you to be involved in this journey, whether it's participating on our technical committees or in other groups convened to pursue the action plan. The EV battery safety guideline for India, developed by UL Standards and Engagement, will be a critical step towards the safe deployment of electric vehicles, and we will be releasing that today for comments from all stakeholders. We want UL Standards and Engagement to be a critical facilitator and accelerator of innovation. We want to use our standards and our advocacy to help ensure that new ideas are explored and implemented, but always with safety at their center, allowing those ideas to flourish and mature to their potential. This enormous potential of EVs is inextricably linked to safety. That's why we can protect and progress. Your presence here today shows us that you are all interested in the build-out of this great ecosystem, and we look forward to partnering with you as we develop our role here. So thank you again for being here today, and we look forward to working with all of you to help move us towards a safer, more secure, more sustainable world with EVs at the center of that ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. David, for setting the tone of the conference and providing a great start and purpose to the session. I would now like to invite our commercial attaché at the US Embassy in New Delhi, Ms. Dura Elmaki, to provide welcome remarks to the audience. Ms. Elmaki leads the EV and automotive sector at the US Commercial Service Office in India and actively works with the industry and government on various initiatives and cooperation programs across the country.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Hello and welcome to the Conference on Standards for Safe, Secure, and Sustainable Indian EV Ecosystem. It's a pleasure to have you all here with us today. I would like to especially thank UL, Niti Aayog, CEEW, WRI, and the Joint Secretary, and all our other esteemed partners who have joined us to make this event possible today. We gather here with a shared vision, a vision of a future that embraces innovation, prioritizes safety and security, and commits to sustainability in the realm of electric vehicles. As everyone here embarks on this journey towards a greener and more efficient transportation landscape, we recognize that this is a collective endeavor that requires collaboration, commitment, and the establishment of strong standards. Throughout this conference, you will be discussing how to strike the right balance between progress and preserving our environment. By setting high standards for sustainability, you can create a blueprint for an Indian EV ecosystem that not only reduces carbon emissions, but also fosters economic growth and job opportunities. As your discussions move forward, let us take inspiration from and consider the experience of other nations that have paved the way for us, as we did in the United States. The United States has reaped incredible benefits from the establishment of standards. These have not only enhanced safety and consumer confidence, accelerated innovation, increased productivity, and fostered environmental stewardship, but also to higher wages and more jobs. Our per capita income is over $70,000 per year, and our unemployment rate is 3.5%, and our open standard setting process and globalized industrial standards have been foundational to these tremendous achievements. In short, standards can bring immense value to India's journey. Clear and well-defined standards ensure that components and technologies are compatible, fostering an efficient and robust supply chain. Aligning with international standards positions the Indian electrical vehicle industry on the global map and will attract investments and boost exports. Standards, like any strong foundation, serve also as a catalyst for additional growth innovation, inviting investments into research and development. Adherence to standards builds consumer trust by ensuring safety, reliability, and performance. Standards that emphasize sustainability principles will also enable the Indian EV ecosystem to grow in a way that harmonizes with environmental goals, contributing to a greener and cleaner future for all our children. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the experts, researchers, industry leaders, and policymakers who have dedicated their time and expertise to be a part of this event. Your contributions are instrumental in shaping the future of transportation not only in India but around the world. The ideas that emerge from this conference will influence policy decisions, technological advancements, and industry practices. This is a tremendous opportunity and a major responsibility. I encourage all of you to actively engage, share your experiences, and foster connections that can pave the way for meaningful collaborations. Let us seize this opportunity to collectively contribute to a better, cleaner, and more resilient Indian EV ecosystem. Thank you for being a part of this important endeavor, and I wish you all a productive and enlightening conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silmaki, for your thoughtful and insightful remarks. Your words have underscored the importance of collaboration, innovation, and adherence to standards in shaping a greener and more prosperous future for our nation and for the entire world. To enlighten us further about the electric vehicle vision in India, I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Sudhendu Sinha, advisor at Niti Aayog, who plays a pivotal role in the EV ecosystem and is a key expert for policy formation in India. Mr. Sinha possesses more than 30 years of experience in operation, infrastructure planning, and coordination. Please welcome Mr. Sinha to the dais.
Thank you. To all the distinguished guests, Nidhi ma'am, and equally distinguished audience, I was here yesterday also in the morning session. For the first time, I realized that what a significantly important and prominent role that UL has been playing over the period of long years in ensuring the safety aspect of standards. And I was also made known that they are going into very intense engagement with Bureau of Indian Standards. And I'm sure that this particular engagement and their presence would be adding the factor of safety in the entire ecosystem of electric mobility, be it the vehicle, be it the battery, the components, the machinery, the electronic components also. So it's the same face in the audience, so almost I can recognize majority of you. While I am here discussing the EV vision, there's identical seminar going on at Metropolitan Connaught Place, where they are discussing that how there should be inclusive, equitable, and seamless transformation of e-rickshaws, the L3 components. So basically that how from lead acid to transition should be towards the lithium ion based. And there is simultaneous seminar going on that is by CII at La Merdon, where they are talking of sustainability And they are discussing that how by proliferating EVs, what impact will it have precisely on the air quality. This is in addition to number of internal discussions that I am aware at this time. Many of the industries are undergoing right at this moment with respect to the new models that they want to come out with, whether it is in four-wheeler stream or in two-wheeler stream. What I'm just trying to tell before you is that electric mobility has taken off. So we started in 2015. It's a journey of 8 years. 2015 in a little serious way, when FAME1 came for the first time. And we had the experience, but things were not very clear. 2018 Global Move Summit, that brought about more of clarity. 2019 National Mission on Transformative Mobility and Battery Storage at NITI Aayog. That brought all the more clarity, because now an organization, an institution was there which are supposed to discuss things which were not so well known to the Indian counterparts, and synergize number of initiatives that were going on in small little manners. And then in the same year, 2019, FAME2 comes. 2021, because FAME2 was not taking off, so it was re-strategized. And then suddenly we saw that spurt in the takeoff was there. Frankly speaking, that was the time, say 2020 kind of thing, early 20, that was the time when OEMs used to be at my place asking me whom we should manufacture for. There are no takers. And precisely 1 year from then, since then, sometime say in 2021 end, I was chasing them rather, that what are the new models that you are coming out with, how many exports have taken place, how we are going to ramp up your capacities at the assembly line. So this is what the scenario changed. The entire conversation changed. This is what we could achieve with the help of number of small little initiatives, not only precisely from the government stream, but also of the industry players, number of think tanks, institutional engagements, academy, thought leaders, international agencies, which all collaborated together to take it off. So this is where we are. You know that in Indian case, two-wheelers have taken off on a fast track mode. We knew it that this is what is going to be the trajectory. Two-wheelers will be the first. That will be followed by three-wheelers or buses, maybe, and four-wheelers will be the last ones to take off. We also knew that new vehicle segments will gradually get added. So now we talk of heavy-duty vehicles. Precisely by that is meant the trucks, the urban logistic vehicles, the tractors that is now new in the conversation, many of the construction equipments that are gradually getting electrified. So these are the new conversation that is getting into. FAME2, the performance has been absolutely top class, that we are aware. Majority of vehicles that we wanted to support, that has been supported. Even when we reduced the incentives because of so many constraints, still it is gradually pulling to the same old level. Almost, if I say, the government of India, in addition to the FAME ones, there were PLI schemes that were launched, production-linked incentive schemes. Sushant is right here, so Tatas, I can sing for you once in your presence. I was waiting for you. Because, yesterday only I was reading that what is the impact of 1 lakh cars, Tata cars, which are on the road. So it's an amazing presentation. Is there only 5-6 sheets. So Maruti, as I said, was the late to be in the stream. But the good thing is, I don't know whether they are present here or not. But majority of cases, they used to be Maruti. They are very important for us because they are India's Volkswagen, India's popular car. But now they are on the majority of cases, times when I see that they are on the dais and they are thinking of coming out with 6 new models. Now, in Indian case, the buses, we have done a fabulous work. And you could see that on 15th of August, next date was unfolded before the cabinet, that PM e-bus seva that was unfolded, how it is going to take place. So Ministry of Heavy Industries, MoRTH, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, all of them are working in this stream. And so far we have a target of some 50,000 odd buses that we want to support. Of course, PM e-bus seva is for 10,000 buses, but then we have got a bigger aim to support these buses. The good thing is that the national aspiration has taken a scale up. So it is not only for transforming the country from a fossil fuel using nation to that of EV using nation alone. Our national aspiration is to be the EV manufacturing nation, manufacturing hub of the world. So that is precisely what the ambition is. And that is so well, scripted in none other than one of the most profound documents that we have, which is Economic Survey of India, where we say that, okay, 10 million vehicle units will be manufactured, EV units, will be manufactured from 2030 onwards. The CAGR is going to be 49% all through. It is going to create job positions of 5 million. And this is how we are going to take off in EV stream. Now, at the more granular level, we are working that, standards, for example. That is one of the stream that is a focused area, and I'm sure that in presence of UL and UC, we are thinking of standards. Ma'am is there, so like Bureau of Indian Standards, she has been coordinating with it. And they have themselves come out with a lot of standards have been published in the area of charging infrastructure for the battery as well as EV and EV components. Some of them are still in publication, and for some of them, they are still getting engaged with the European and American counterparts to take it forward. Battery swapping is again going to be another game changer that we are still, we are just trying to think that how it could be positioned fast. And as I always say that in addition to, government initiatives, it has been the industry that has taken it off. So to take the credit for all the achievements, it would be wrong if I say that it has been only from the government side. So if we have what SIAM and FICCI is what they call the 6 pillars of mobility that they have initiated, number of small little initiatives that they have taken forward. And I was watching that from the government sides that there are some 116 odd initiatives, small little, have been taken. And there are many others which are being taken by the private people, by the industry people. I'm just trying to collate that what can be those stellar initiatives. If Uber goes for Uber Green, that is a massive initiative. If lithium is going to initiate something new, that itself is a massive initiative. In the area of recycling, if Loham is doing something amazing, that is a big achievement. So I'm just trying to collate that what private people, they are doing it. As a conscious policy, given the political structure of the country, we decided that from the national stream, we should be just acting as a facilitator. We will allow the states to take it off on a fast track mode. So states should be they should have the ownership of the state policy. They should be on the driving seat of the policy. They should not enter into discussion whether EV is good or EV is bad kind of thing. Rather, they should be competing amongst themselves, trying to find out that which EV policy is better and how they can ramp up, how they can improve, scale up their own EV policy. This has not been a simple exercise. We started our job since 2015, and it took 29 months just to persuade out of 33 states and union territories to come out with one EV policy. 29 months of hard work, and we could crack one state, that was Karnataka. In September 2017, they came out with a state EV policy. But that was a big thing, because at least one was with us. In next 29 months, 9 of them joined. In next 23 months, 19 of them joined. Today, 33 out of 36 states and union territories, they are having their state EV policies. And now it is a stage when, from NITI side, we are trying to develop an EV mobility index. So we will be competing among these states so that they can take it forward. So no, initially, of course, the best ones we can only be onboarded with that. But that is gradually, now the country has taken it that, okay, we are going in for that. Let me tell you that these states, once we have nudged them, encouraged them, brought them into the stream, they have started thinking it all the more aspirational. So terms like green corridors, terms like giga corridor, terms like mobility valley. Now these are something new concepts which they are adopting. And every time they say that, okay, this is what, if Himachal says that, okay, we have identified 6 green corridors, 6 long stretches starting from 250 to 450 kilometer roadways, where if you move in, then you have access to charging infrastructure from on the either side till 450 odd kilometers. This is something amazing. If Telangana says that we are going in for a giga corridor, where we are going to manufacture, one of them is going to start manufacturing of, say, advanced chemistry cells. And not only that, they are going to set up the supply chain also in the same area around. That is something amazing. That comes as a big thing. In addition to that, R&D stream is also being supported. So, of course, we had the first nudge, first support that we extended to the IITs, and today 16 out of 23 IITs, they have opened up centers of excellence. 18 programs, either of masters or doctoral, they have crafted with the involvement of some 23, 24 kind of odd interdepartmental participation is there. So before I was just getting into, I just ran across Dr. Panigrahi, and I have given him responsibility to collate that what has been the achievement of these IITs, how are they going forward, and like what assistance they might require from us. So this is what IITs are doing it. Not that industry people and their CTOs are sitting idle. They are also working on the assembly line, how to bring down the prices and things like that. And there have been a number of meetings where we have connected these CTOs with the IITs and asked them that please give them a specific problem statement on which they can work and sort it out. Good thing is that many of the internationally most reputed S&T R&D institutions, they are reaching out to us to have this kind of connect and collaboration with our own IITs. So we have got UC, University of California, we have got University of Michigan, number of them, American counterparts are there. So they are, and of course, the industry players there and their R&D institutions, they are also reaching out to us so that this R&D ecosystem can be taken forward. Recycling, yes, that is also going on a fast track mode, but the challenge is, very recently, I'm sure that you must have heard that 3-4 days back only, it was Altmin that initiated their institution they set up their production processes at Hyderabad. So there the challenge is that the lithium that we draw out, it should be a battery grade, that purity level has to be of that level. So that is what is a challenge that we are still working out with. I'm just trying to give you that in the entire ecosystem, big, small initiatives are going on. So to the four-wheeler manufacturers, and well, Sushant is here, he is aware that his order books with respect from the aggregators, this is almost full. So if you go and try to get a Tata Nexon without his letter of recommendation, it might take 5 to 6 months to get the delivery. And that too, when they have taken over the Ford plant at Sanand, and that production has already begun, and they have dedicated it for EV kind of thing. So that is what the level is. So year on year, if I am not mistaken, it is 3x in case of four-wheeler. That is the number which we are pulling off, and now it is getting into lakhs, hundred of thousand. That is the number that we are getting into. Two-wheelers, of course, every 30-40 second one two-wheeler hits the road. Every 2.5 hours, one charging station gets established. So maybe in terms of percentage, we are not that best. It is still, a lot of work to do. But in terms of absolute number, this is absolutely top class. That is why, internationally, globally, we are being appreciated, we are being sung for, our presence is making a difference, and they reach out to us to help us, collaborate with us, so that this entire trajectory moves on. But as I said, it could not have been possible without you. So my gratitude, my thanks to each one of you. I can identify many of the organizations to which you represent. All of them have collaborated. ISR Rahul is right there, and he knows that how much work he has done. So the entire team is there. This is a collaborative effort. This is Team India's initiative. And together only, we can be the best. The problem is time is very less. It is already 2023 closing down. We have got 7 odd years, and within these 7 years, we have to be like at the top. So that is what the national aspiration and EV vision is. Thank you.
Dr. Sinha, a sincere thank you for sharing your illuminating insights on the Indian EV vision and the crucial role of standard collaboration. Our next speaker is someone who has served as the first Chief Commissioner of Central Consumer Protection Authority and was instrumental in making various rules on e-commerce and direct selling. She has also worked as an advisor in the Planning Commission and is our guest of honor for today's conference. Please put your hands together for the Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Ms. Nidhi Khare.
At the outset, I really thank, for organizing such a beautiful workshop involving all the major stakeholders. And I think Dr. David Steele needs to be applauded for, bringing everybody together on this. Now, when we talk about building robust safety ecosystem for EVs in India, and coming from Department of Consumer Affairs, I think the most important thing that we can focus on is about the safety, reliability, credibility of the entire value chain. When Mr. Sinha spoke so eloquently about, how we have come from, this journey right from 2015, I think he has basically given the entire, struggles of how, for the government, it was so difficult initially to even think that we will be able to take this ambition to a certain, say productivity. But as he said very correctly, that there is now a growing aspirational India. There are national ambitions, and I think we will be able to do it, because when I see from the Bureau of Indian Standards, who have come out with standards, at least 19 of them are published. And there are a few which are in the pipeline, and consultation is going on. I can say that these standards are they are the world-class standards which are suited for the diversity of this country, the unique ecosystem of the country, and it has taken virtually every, input from different stakeholders. So I think it has been in a very inclusive way that the standards formulation has been done, and it has also tried to provide for, innovation. So for example, we've been, virtually, we were out for a standard, but because we thought that we are at a very nascent stage, probably fixing standards might stifle innovation. So, what I was trying to say was that even in the standards formulation, we've been keeping our ears to the ground. We have been hearing all, say, the manufacturers or OEMs or different partners who are engaged in this industry. And I think we will be able to find solutions to these challenges if there is a greater academia manufacturer collaboration on finding solutions to the challenges that we face. In building safety ecosystem for EV, there will be, and if we want to have a scale which I think, in numbers, in absolute numbers, we are one of the very big, success. But still, if we think about, the percentage involvement, there is still a challenge. And unless we bridge, the different, problem sets in the entire supply chain, perhaps we will not be able to make a very credible system. And it is here that we have to think out of the box, because what we know as of now is not final, and therefore we have to actually think differently. We have to think about different, say, chemistries. Maybe we have to think how different operators of different, say, stakeholders or service providers will want the regulatory system to work. I can only say that from the government side, there has been immense commitment, whether it was for the budgetary allocations, whether we say about the intent, about target setting and achieving it, and whether it is also about formulating, say, standards or bringing conformity to the standards and trying to remain very flexible as we are doing, because we too are growing in experience as we are formulating standards. Last year, we had a few incidents of, very unfortunate incidents where people lost their lives. And as Chief Commissioner of the Central Consumer Protection Authority, we had issued notices to these companies, because we thought in this densely populated country, and where new people are actually looking forward to this, changing of their vehicles, such unfortunate incidents might just, bring a complete break into, this evolving sector. But I'm very happy to know that within 1 year, different bodies came together and basically set the things right. In the meeting just before this session, we also discussed how we need to reach out to the consumers for greater awareness. We need to perhaps train more people, more skilled people for providing services to any breakdowns. We need to have greater safeguards for the charging stations, for the entire say, the battery management system, the batteries, the cell, and so on. And I'm very happy to share that the National Test House has also, looking at the demand for the testing, we are now bringing out a world-class testing infrastructure at Mumbai, Bangalore, and Kolkata. And probably this is going to be a fillip to the manufacturers, to the OEMs of different kinds, to bring their products for testing, and to also be served, because I'm told that there is a huge queue for testings to be done. So probably we would like to fill up that gap. So with the testing infrastructure, with better advocacy, with greater consumer awareness, and also trying to plug the challenges through, say, standard formulations, I think we can look forward to achieving the goals that we have set up for 2030. And it cannot be just 2030, it has to be up to, say, 2070 when we have committed for, say, carbon emission reductions for ourselves. And we need to then see how sustainable the whole solution can be. So in the mid-course, it is also possible that while we are, tackling with lithium-ion batteries, it could be possible that there may be other solutions to the cell formation, and perhaps India can find that solution because we have so many people working towards the success of e-mobility. And I think at this juncture, we are poised for very, very, great success in this field. And with that hope and with that confidence, I thank you all once again.
We spread our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Nidhi Khare, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, for delivering this special address to the conference. Your insightful remarks has enriched our understanding of the pivotal role standards play in shaping a resilient and environmentally conscious EV landscape in India. Next, I would like to invite the Director General of the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India, or ACMA as we all know it, to provide the audience with his inaugural address. Please welcome Mr. Vinny Mehta.
Thank you very much. Let me at the outset thank the US Commercial Service for having invited me, and I think congratulations are due to all the stakeholders, the NITI Aayog, the commercial services, the BIS, WRI, CEW, and David's team UL. This is indeed a very momentous occasion. This is happening in the backdrop of another very historical event that happened yesterday. We launched the Bharat NCAP, which is the rating, the 5-star rating system, which is prevalent in all leading automotive nations, wherein you give stars ratings based on the safety of the vehicles. And what was very important is that while probably we were one of the last ones to come up with our standard or protocol, believe you me, that is probably one of the best and the most rigorous ones. And I think that is in some sense setting the tone for today's session. Coming to the EV industry in India, Shubhenduji has very eloquently talked to us about the future part of it. In fact, what's very, very interesting is that the EV market is growing very rapidly across the globe. In last year itself, while we grew 100%, in the same way, China grew 100% very interestingly. Japan grew 100%. Australia grew 90%, US grew by 50%, and European Union by 17%. We clocked around 8 million units in sales globally. 60% in China, 65% in China, 20% in Europe, and about 6% in US. And of course, while this is largely number from EVs, when I say we means the NEVs or especially the PVs that are now EPVs or the passenger vehicles in that sense. And India, of course, is a very different animal in the sense that we have these two-wheelers and the three-wheelers, which are again redefining mobility. While in the passenger vehicles segment led by our friends from Tata Motors, we clocked around 50,000 units. And in the two-wheeler segment, we did somewhere around 7,25,000 units. These are the high-speed two-wheelers, another 1.5 lakh units on the non-registered or the low-speed two-wheelers. Three-wheelers been a wonderful success story. Almost the entire three-wheelers sold in the country last year, which is about 4.5 million units, were all electric. That's something really commendable. We've just sort of the ICE three-wheelers are now out of the window in some sense. Buses, we did about 1,500 units, but again, the targets for buses is an immense. One is a target of 10,000 unit from the PM Seva scheme, and the other one is 50,000 tenders that's going to be there. So the market is literally sort of rocking in some sense, if I may say so, notwithstanding the fact even the ICE market is rocking. What's very important is that globally the ICE market degrew or had a degrowth. In India, the ICE market, of course, did very, very well. We grew by about 25% when it comes to the commercial, ICE vehicles all over. And in this backdrop, the auto component industry also flourished. We grew a whopping 30%. We touched 70 billion units, and we export pretty significantly. 30% of what we produce gets exported. So we exported close to 20 billion units, $20 billion. And what's very, very important is that of the, say, 70 billion that we produce, 3% went to supplying the electric vehicle industry. This does not include the batteries because at least the battery manufacturing in India is yet to sort of scale up and take off. This number grew a whopping 300%. We were supplying just 1%. Now we are 3% of our turnover. Interestingly, as the market grows, and as Nidhi said, that while in the nascent stage you may be a little reluctant to put in standards to stifle innovation, but as you grow, as the market matures, you need boundary conditions to play in, and therefore it's very, very critical that we have standards in place. Also, as we develop standards, it's also very important for us because depending upon the technology players have or the commercial viability as they see, they may try and impose their own standards. We are not able to converge on standards for charging stations. In the US itself, while we have the American standards for charging, American charging standards, Tesla has its own proprietary standards. And what's very important is that with the deployment of the Tesla charging being so huge in number, now Ford and GM are collaborating with Tesla to use their charging stations, which is not necessarily the American standards. So in some sense, again, there is a degree of fluidity as to which standards get eventually adopted, because the standards adoption will really depend upon how the consumer perceives the commercial viability of a particular product, and we also have to respect it. While we need to respect it, but of course, items like safety cannot be compromised, and therefore I congratulate the BIS, all the testing agencies, the Ministry of Road Transportation, and that did a commendable job in bringing out 3 standards for the battery or thermal management, as we call it, last year, and as a result of which, while 2 years ago we had fires in our electric vehicles, last year I do not recall, or this year I do not recall a single fire in the electric vehicle. So that is indeed very, very commendable. So I guess, it's very important for all of us to stay engaged in a dialogue, and I think the market is, US is evolving, the market in India is evolving, but again, we need to see how we collaborate, because at least at this juncture, we are focused on very different product categories. You are hugely a car-dominated market when it comes to the passengers. You do not have any mentionable two-wheelers or even that unique animal called the three-wheeler. We are at this juncture very hugely two-wheeler and three-wheeler industry. and therefore the power requirement even at the charging station would be very different. But yes, we have an evolving car market, and at the end of the day, I think we will all need to be collaborating to creating standards that are globally accepted. We all work together at WP29 under the UNECE to have standards, and I guess we will either Banerjee will be probably talking about it later as to how things are developing at that place. So yes, this is a very, very interesting area. We need to stay engaged, and I think it can only be constructive if we support each other and understand each other's viewpoint. So once again, thank you very much for having me, and best of luck for today's engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Your presence and wisdom are deeply appreciated. Before moving forward, I would now like to welcome on stage Mr. V. Manjunath from ULSC to provide the mentors to provide mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. Just go down. Dr. David Steele, Executive Director, ULSC.
David.
Oh, there's Dr. Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor, Niti Aayog. Dr. Nidhi Khare, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Ms. Dura El Maki, Commercial Attaché, US Embassy. Dr. Vinay Mehta, Director General, ACMA. One group picture.
So thank you, ma'am, and to all the organizers. But please do not forget that it's a really historic day, because at 1804, we are going to be on moon, right? So, and if I'm not mistaken, that is completely EV. Thank you.
I must say that's a flying EV. That day is not too far.
We would now move to our next session on government initiatives and industry perspective. Before we begin the session, I would like to invite our stage keynote speakers from the session. Dr. Madhusudan Joshi, Head of Certification and Operations, ICAT. Yes. Dr. R.K. Misra, President, Society of Manufacturers of Electric Vehicles. Wait one second. Yes. We'll change the name cards. Ms. Mehnaz Ansari, Senior Regional Representative, South Asia Indo-Pacific, USTDA. Dr. Sushant Nayak, Chairman, SIAM, and Global Head of Government and Public Affairs, Tata Motors. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Uday Narang, Founder, Omega Seiki Mobility. He's not arrived yet? We would wait for Mr. Narang to join. Yes, I put you first. So Mr. Narang is joining from, okay, I'll invite him over later. So to begin our next session on government initiatives and industry perspective, I would like to welcome to the dais Shri R.K. Misra, the President of the Society of Manufacturers of Electric Vehicles and the founder of Yulo Bikes, to provide us with industry viewpoints and standard and policies that drive innovation.
Thank you for very kind to allow me to come first, because I have a little flight to catch. Thank you very much. First of all, great initiative by our friends at UL, US Embassy Commercial Department, Niti Aayog. A couple of things. Today I have a dual hat as a SMEV president as well as the founder of Yulu, and I think that really gives me a unique advantage and viewpoint from where I can see what we have learned. 2017, I think Mr. Sinha mentioned, the first policy came from Bangalore, and if you read that policy, I wrote that policy because absolutely we had no clue what was going on, and Bangalore and Karnataka wrote the policy, but we aren't still at the forefront of leading this revolution. And same is the, I think, situation with our country. We have made great progress from 2015 till today, but still we are not even 5% of the global market share. Further, I think unlike China and European and US, European countries, the US, India is still primarily EVs, two-wheelers and three-wheeler. Though Mr. Sinha mentioned, Tata Nexon, which is, I think, a stupendous success. But when it comes to safety, security, and sustainability aspect, each two-wheeler or three-wheeler is as important as a four-wheeler. And in terms of numbers, two-wheeler, three-wheeler are close to 9 lakhs last year. and four-wheelers are still, some numbers to catch up. So I think importance has to be placed on these industries, and I think SMEV represents these two-wheeler, three-wheeler manufacturers as well as the e-buses. And I think from that point of view, we really request the ministry and the concerned consultative bodies to have a deeper conversation because policies, built in consultation with the industry essentially serve the purpose for which they are built, and there's a little bit less of back and forth. So I think that's something which, from the industry body point of view, I would like to bring. Are we moving the slides? If we are, if not, okay, fine. I think safety, security, and sustainability, I think consumer should be, the fourth C should be customer, consumer. And that should be at the center of any initiative we take. And given that today's seminars, workshops, topic is safety, security, I would like to have this as the, key issue. A lot of standards are being set for manufacturers of battery and the vehicles. AIS 48, 156. They, I think, have made great progress, and that's the reason I think we have been really fortunate not to have those, catastrophic scenes which we saw 2 years ago. And that has given huge confidence to the consumers, because there was a time people were really wondering whether it is safe to buy a two-wheeler, because media has truly amplified few accidents which happened, and I think rightly so. And government came at the right moment and took the initiative, and industry cooperated. So I think we have reached a stage where nobody is questioning whether two-wheelers are safe. But the charging infrastructure, because even if people think that fixed battery charging, because they can charge at home, but most of us, people who are having these two-wheelers would be living in apartments. And somebody mentioned in the, seminar which we had in a workshop before this, somebody was carrying the battery from his apartment in the lift to the basement, because basement had no charging points. That's a really scary situation, because it's not safe. So I think from the consumer point of view, we need to really understand what kind of charging and swapping infrastructure. We have brought a charging swapping policy where I think focus initially, and luckily it was dropped, was on the battery size and plugs and things like that. I think first and foremost should be safety and security. Traceability. If you are having a swapping battery infrastructure, my battery potentially will not be mine. It will be somebody else's battery in my bike, and that battery will go to different charging and swapping operators, BAS providers, energy as service providers. So it's very important that traceability and accountability is established. Data sharing. Again, this was brought in the morning. People are having their own green gardens, but the problem is that your green garden is extending to somebody else's green garden. Unless those have same type of grass, they will look very different. So I think this is where I think industry bodies and the ministry and the OEMs and manufacturers all should come together. Anonymously, you have to share the data. Aggregated data sharing does not impact your business model, does not impact your profitability. So it's very important that data is shared, and there has to be a central repository of data. From every cell to every battery, it has to be looked into and managed to the end of life of battery, including recycling. Again, if the customer finds that he goes to the station, potentially he should be able to know when to go to the station and when he'll get battery. If you go to petrol pump and you have to be 3 hours in line, I'm sure you're not going to be very happy. And same will happen with the charging infrastructure. Demand fulfillment and at the right cost. Because India is a very price sensitive market, especially two-wheelers and three-wheelers. If you are not cost competitive, I think will be very, so safety coming at a very high cost is also not going to work. So it has to be safe, at the same time it has to be cost effective. Next please. So where I think industry standards are needed, and where I think still there is because we believe that one of our subsidiary company called Yuma Energy is almost the largest consumer of batteries. Today we have close to 1 lakh batteries with us, and we are charging them almost 500,000 per month charging cycle. So we have a huge repository of data, and I think battery technology and energy chemistry is very, very crucial. We have changed already twice the battery chemistry, and we are still not sure whether we have got the optimum, both in terms of the cycles of charging as well as the safety and security and energy density bit size. It has to be compatible. If I am going to put my battery into 3 different vehicles, it's not just the size. There has to be many other factors where the compatibility has to come. So, but then shall we fix it today? Maybe not. And I'll come to that, why it is, if we go really hardballing the standards today, it may be not the most efficient because we are still very, very early stages. Supply chain, major issues. Still players are establishing, even the largest of the player in the country are collaborating with the foreign technology partners. India needs to develop its own technology because our battery and our climatic conditions are very different. And the fourth one is ownership of the asset. Adoption, given the sensitivity and cost consciousness market we are, you remove the battery, suddenly everybody can afford a bike. Every single person in this country can afford a bike if 40% of the cost is taken. And that 40% of the cost has to be recovered by the person who puts the money over a period of time through charging. So charging has to be really priced appropriately but competitively. Otherwise, there is no incentive for anybody to invest. And when we invested in 1 lakh batteries, we took a huge risk. And going forward, I think this has to be kept into mind that while safety, security, on-time performance, it has to match the cost expectations. The last one, please. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a anecdotal evidence that if we do standardization too early, industry may not even be ready or understand. For example, number portability. If we allowed number portability very early, many players would have died, because if you had a number, you don't want to change the number, and that made sure that one player survived. And eventually we had 3 players today in the market. One player eventually has to be supported by the government because government wanted to have the competition. So if you bring too early standardization and too strict, industry and innovation will not flourish. Just as it was mentioned by, I think, Mr. Mehta, America has a charging standard, but Tesla has become de facto charging standard. Because if you are a dominant player, you potentially can do whatever you want. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a VHS and Sony's, on the tape, the same thing happened. Industry standard versus the government standard. I think we have to be very mindful of it. Don't create standards which nobody is going to follow. So it's a process which will evolve. So idea is that bring industry together, use the industry bodies, use the OEMs, and ministry and standard making bodies should come together. I love the enthusiasm of Mr. Sinha. I truly appreciate what he is doing. I've been involved with him for very long, and such positive attitude is needed. But we should not really become complacent because we are still very, very minor player. We are nowhere. And this is something which is very clearly, I think, need to be understood. So we'll still need to, and 2030, we have a vision, we have a dream, but we need a path. We need a proper milestone-based approach for us to reach 2030, whatever vision we have. We have a vision which is great, but a route to reach there is needed. On that note, thank you very much for allowing me to speak here, and thank you for being a patient audience. Thank you.
Thank you for providing us with valuable industry insights, Dr. Misra. Our next speaker has more than 22 years of experience in the field of automotive R&D, certification, testing, and validation, and has published around 40 research papers in the field of information security, intelligent vehicular lighting, ITS, and e-mobility. He is currently serving as the Head of Certification and Operations at the International Center for Automotive Technology. Please put your hands together for Dr. Madhusudan Joshi.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction, and very good afternoon to all of you. Can you put up the presentation, please? Thank you. So, yesterday I was contacted by the organizers to make a presentation on the regulations and harmonization side of the regulations. So, my presentation is mainly on that. But before I really start with the presentation, it was really an opportunity for me to be here today and to attend the roundtable in the morning and also listening to Dr. Mishra. I would like to make few remarks. There has been some concerns raised that the time taken by the test agencies in India who are authorized to issue certifications for EV is quite longer. But I would like to bring forth my perspective of this because I had been working on the EV space of homologation, testing, and you would say validation for almost more than 6-7 years now. We had been, quite proactive in putting up the facilities based on the requirements which are coming. However, in the beginning of this year, we were analyzing why it took so much of time, sometimes because, customers used to complain why it takes a long time to be, to meet the requirements and timelines of the certification. But you have to understand the perspective on this side also, where we are. So while we were analyzing the ongoing certification and validation cases with us, we could find that 30% of the delay is happening on account of documentation, submission of documentation from the side of the customers. About 30% of the delay is on account of the non-compliances that happen when the product is submitted to the test agency. Now, of course, there are startups, there are companies, but the unfortunate part, and Dr. Mishra mentioned that the Tesla's technology is the de facto standard. But we have to understand the difference. We have to understand the difference that somebody who is making a product should be having a control over the technology. It should not be directly imported from a neighboring country, and then we have no idea what it is, and we think that it will get homologated. It will meet the requirement of the standard. It doesn't happen. Hardly few of the customers which we have come across have a control over the product they submit to the test agency. If something goes haywire, they are clueless what to do. If we ask them to submit the documentation, they have no idea what kind of documentation is required to be submitted to the test agency. So we have to take into consideration all this holistic fact. So Tesla as a company is a technology company and it has complete hold on the IPRs and everything. So they know what product they are making and what they are offering to the market. What happens to the safety aspect of it? What happens to the security aspect of it? How many of us making products in India related to EV space have a control over the technology? We can ponder upon it and we can deliberate and we can then start raising concerns over the delays. So this is what I wanted to discuss before I really formally start with the presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah, can you please put up the next slide, please? Okay, so contents of my presentation, I will briefly speak about ICAT, then bring a background and speak about the regulation for which I have been asked, and then finally conclude. Next slide, please. The third slide. Next. Okay, so we are International Center for Automotive Technology, one of the authorized test agencies under Ministry of Heavy Industries and authorized by Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Transport in India to issue type approvals and certifications for the all automotive products, starting from components to the vehicles. So we are just about 36 kilometers away from Delhi Airport and located in Manesar. We have 2 facilities there at a distance of 7 kilometers. Center 1 and Center 2. So I head the operations of Center 1, and also I'm the head of the complete certification business at ICAT. Next. So please keep on pressing. So we actually, as I mentioned, that we are under Ministry of Heavy Industries, and we are authorized to issue type approvals and for components as well as automotive components as well as vehicles. We do a lot of development projects with our customers, do some R&D related to automotives, some consultancy projects, and organize a lot of events which are of importance to industry as far as automotive is concerned. Next, please. So this is our organization, as I mentioned. So we are under Ministry of Heavy Industries, and all the capital investment has come from the Ministry of Heavy Industries. Next, please. So these are the services we offer. So we are actually empowered under rule number 126 of Central Motor Vehicle Rules to issue type approval and certification to the automotive components as well as vehicles, and also authorized by Central Pollution Control Board of India to issue type approvals and COPs for gensets, both for emission as well as noise. Apart from this, majority of the facilities at ICAT are ISO 17025 certified, and we have cooperation with other agencies to offer various services. And we are also authorized by Ministry of Science and Technology as a research and development organization. Next, please. We have our global partners who help us either for business development, also for competency development in different areas. And we work with all these agencies to have an outreach to all different countries which have automotive activity. Next, please. So we, apart from automotives, have also diversified areas of testing, validation, and certification. So we work for power industry, railways, defense, fuel and lubricant industry, consumer electronics and IT products, general lighting, and aviation industry. Next. Okay, so coming to the background. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we have discussed since morning, EV growth story is going to be, talk of the town for next 7-8 years, and by 2030, we actually are poised to have 30% market for the EVs from different segments. So that all is being spoken, so I don't want to spend much time on this. Next, please. So as I mentioned in the morning in a brief discussion in the round table, so India EV story is, entirely different from rest of the world. As you can see, we have so much of diversification in terms of, varied temperature conditions. We have a long coastline, about 7,000 kilometers, where there is a corrosive atmosphere. Then we have a lot of waterlogging, floods in various parts of the country. We have typical driving and road conditions, which are not prevalent in any part of the world, if you take everything together. And we have a lot of dust, which is also specific to some parts of India. So having said that, all these conditions make a complete environment for us to validate electric vehicles for all these conditions. And once we are able to establish that a product is stable in all these conditions, probably I think it will be suitable for any part of the world. So that is what we try to put a basis, that whatever standards, whatever validation protocols we are evolving in India with the help of industry, with the help of other stakeholders, those standards and validation protocols can be the baseline for the formulation of the standards, adoption of these standards at various international forums, and can form a basis for the harmonization as far as EVs is concerned for the rest of the world. Next, please. So we, as I mentioned, ICAT has been proactively, trying to understand what kind of requirements are coming, and we have been investing heavily on the electric mobility infrastructure. So be it battery testing, or be it testing of the electric vehicles, or validation on the roads, everything taken together, ICAT has heavily invested on these facilities, and I also am aware that all the other test agencies in India have also been doing it proactively. Next, please. So as far as EV regulations are concerned, these are the regulations which are prevalent all around the world. Apart from these, I have missed to include two important regulations which are related to cyber security, which has already been implemented in Europe and some other countries. So, but these are the list of regulations which are sometimes common to all different kinds of vehicles, but are some typical standards are very specific to EVs. So next please. So just to make a comparison that we have already many standards in place as far as India is concerned, and our standards are more or less aligned to the European standards. So we generally try to follow European standards. There are certain standards which have been talked about since morning about the battery testing and validation. It was foreseen or it was understood eventually due to the incidents of fire on the EVs. So there had been some upgradations done which are very India specific at the moment. So those upgradations, it's very premature to say had really solved the problem, but of course there has been a steep decline in such cases ever since these regulations are put in place. So there are other standards which are being discussed at different forums. BIS is working on standards on swappable batteries. It's working on standards related to charging infrastructure. And it is also working on a standard which is related to battery management system. So all these works are still going on, and possibly in a very short time we should be able to roll out some very specific standards which will be more helpful to the EV industry. Next. So this is basically the current, certification requirement as far as EVs is concerned, which is prevalent. So AIS 49 is the umbrella standard. That umbrella standards actually cross-refers many other standards which are related to battery, which are related to functional safety of the vehicles, which are related to performance, performance and safety validation of electric vehicles. So these standards are already available, and all the conformances which are currently being done by the authorized test agencies are based on these standards. Next, please. So this presentation I have already shared with the organizers. So this particular presentation can be made available to each one of you. So you can maybe refer to it in detail also. Then there is an upcoming requirement which I would like to mention. This is a whole vehicle COP in which electric vehicles are also a part. So all different categories of vehicles which are at L category, which are two-wheelers, three-wheelers, passenger cars, and the transport vehicles, etc., all come under the ambit of WVCOP, where we will be, checking the conformity of production for these vehicles. So this standard is already implemented now, and the first cycle is in place since I would say 7th of December 2022, and the industry has a time till 31st of March 2023 to finish and complete this compliance. So this will be happening once in 2 years. So first cycle is going on at the moment, and the industry has an opportunity to enter into this conformance cycle any time before 31st of March 2023. Next. So this is a list of regulations which are there, and applicability to different vehicle segments. Right? So we can, this is all available in public space also, but I thought I should try to consolidate it into one slide. So this should be helpful to you maybe when you refer to it. Next. So this is the policy slide where we have, India has come up with various policy things like National Electric Mobility Mission has come. After that, the FAME scheme, FAME 1 has been rolled out in 2015. Then in 2019, FAME 2 has taken over. And PLI Auto and ACC PLI, which is related to cells, is also already in place. So one is, for the demand creation, and one is for capacity enhancement. So all these policies are also in place, which are actually helping the automotive EV ecosystem to flourish. Next, please. So to conclude, I would like to say that there's a need for a safe and efficient e-mobility ecosystem. Regulations and standards are going to play a vital role. Harmonization of regulations required for better EV penetration, so that we have uniform regulations all around the globe, and it is possible for the for the industry to, sell their products all across. Indian regulations can help to set a benchmark, and enabling national policy framework, of course, is very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for delivering insightful remarks on EV testing and the overview of EV regulations and incentive schemes in India. Our next session is a learning session where the Senior Regional Representative for South Asia Indo-Pacific region of the US Trade and Development Agency, Ms. Mehnaz Ansari, will provide us with US best practices and learnings for India for a safer EV ecosystem in the country. Please welcome Mehnaz.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here talking on standards in EV. I think a subject which has been in works for very long. And first, at the outset, thank you to my colleagues at US Commercial Service for working with UL. It's a great testimony that UL is doing this EV workshop in India and has invited all the key stakeholders from India to work on this. And there has been a lot of work which has been going on. There has been a lot of collaboration and there's been a lot of back and forth, especially on standards and conformance assessment, which US and India engage on. And I represent US Trade and Development Agency, the agency which is the early mover or the project preparation arm of US government, where we come in to support our industry in the emerging markets like India. And also we understand the priority areas of cooperation between the two countries and what are the areas where we should be focusing on to make sure that there is a good understanding and, as we call it, in talking the same language across. And that's really what we try to do when we fund activities in feasibility studies. EV, especially electric vehicles, has been especially an area of growing interest which we are seeing, and it was very helpful to see some of the presentations since morning and the presentation which Dr. Joshi just had, a very academic detailed layout of where India is and what India is working on. I would say that I would not dive into such a detailed element of standards from US. I think that's really UL's role to do, and David did a great job in introducing that in the morning. Can I go to the next slide, please? Of what the mission is, how we see this enabling happening, and especially I think the importance here is that the private sector on both sides, which is US and India, is making sure that this is happening. Very well articulated by Mr. Mishra, who had to leave because he has a flight to catch. But that it's very important that at what time are you bringing the intervention and the interjection. So from US Trade and Development Agency, that's our mission. As I mentioned, we are the project preparation arm of US government. We come in early stages of providing support and assistance, and we are not technical ourselves. We are the funding arm. But what we do is we understand the technical importance, and India being a very critical market, of what is needed to be done. And in terms of getting a sustainable infrastructure, a holistic development of that infrastructure. And as I was listening to the morning conversation, it's very important, we are hearing some words which are resonating since morning. We are hearing transportation, which is, of course, what EV brings, a sustainable or a new form of transportation, where sustainability is still a dialogue here for the other side, which is talking about how much is the new form of transport, or not so new rather. But it's a modern form of transport, and it's an evolution of where things are. Certainly, it's not emitting visibly to you what is coming out, but the transportation is a very important critical element of the infrastructure growth which has to happen. We are hearing about, when we are talking electric vehicles and standardization, of course, energy is a very important aspect of it, of the charging stations and the related infrastructure around it. And then, of course, we are seeing the harmonization of how this is going to get executed, how a vehicle, a three-wheeler or a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, or the multimodal ways of transport we have, how everything can be a plug-and-play model. And certainly, it is also not a plug-and-play model everywhere in US, and that's not what we are trying to do here. But it's very important that we have a plug-and-play model for the maximum, and how it can be done. So no matter what I'm driving on a highway going from a city probably like Bangalore towards, the interiors of Andhra Pradesh, there's a good connectivity. If some of you have gone, there are EV charging stations. You can get them on the highways these days, and it's very impressive. Now, I haven't driven an electric vehicle to see if they work, but I'm sure they work. And that has come up. The growth has come up. Mr. Sinha talked about the policy which Karnataka took out and how every state has then followed. Well, we have also been following that story very closely from our smart cities engagement with India. And if a city has to be smart, it has to be modern, it has to be integrated, and it has to have an integrated infrastructure where, you should not have lack of capacity. Being Delhiites, we can say we are happy being confined in Delhi, but there is a day when we have to go to Gurgaon or Noida, even if we are working in Delhi in an ideal situation. But that's not really true outside the major metro story. The outside major metro story is you want to get everywhere with what you have, with the mode of transport which you have. And certainly there's an infrastructure which is required to do it. And so what we have in our box is, certain tools. We have, of course, a capacity to fund these tools, and we are looking at the whole ecosystem of developing this. It was also very impressive that now electric vehicles are being even recognized in space, as India is on a very big day today as this is being discussed. But I'll keep my conversation to the ground and what we are trying to do here on the ground with this. And in terms of, the capacity which US Trade and Development Agency has been trying to work with the various private sector players, or with the government, with the Bureau of Indian Standards, or with the CII's quality control organization, it's very important that we get the voice of the industry on both sides. And so how we enable is we bring in the experts and the industry from our side. Can we go to the next slide, please? And these are our priority sectors in which we are working on: in energy, in ICT, in transportation, agriculture. I think another important area for EV to look at is some of those vehicles which are supporting agriculture, and of course healthcare. Next slide, please. So in transportation, these are typically all the areas where we have been working, and we have a strong cooperation with the civil aviation sector, railways, IT, ITS, highways and mass transit. Certainly not something which we have done a ton of work, but in terms of standardization, yes, we have been engaging, and also on ports and shipping. Next slide, please. And I want to stop here for a moment and probably give you time to look at this. So how we started? Well, working with our Department of Commerce colleagues who are organizing events like these, it's very important to hear the voice of the industry on both sides. And it's very important that when a new company wants to enter the Indian market, it has to go through a lot of rigorous processes to introduce its product. And from government we are very conscious, and it's not that there is no desire on both sides. Of course there's always a desire, but the actual implementation of introducing that new player in the market, or for that matter increasing our India's capacity, is very important. And we can't do all this work in silos. That's very important, and hence the dialogue started between US Commerce and Indian Ministry of Commerce on standards and conformity cooperation, which the first phase we funded way back in 2009-10 to bring in a standards portal. Now, how we could do this, also very important for this audience to understand is, yes, we are all very protective about what we are trying to do and how we want to bring it forward. We found that CII being a convening organization and also working at that point of time on the portal, which is now much in action. Maybe some of you in the room have better historical knowledge on how this came up. We worked with American National Standards Institute to bring in the enhancement and the capacity to the portal, which will set the baseline on how global standards can marry with Indian standards, and then you don't always have to start from zero, but probably get the learnings on both sides and work towards it. And it was the first public-private cooperation which happened. Now, across the sectors which I listed out in the work which we are doing, or all of us are doing, standards is a common topic. So sometimes I go back and I have this, we also have people within our organizations at TDA in Washington who will say, okay, what are we really doing? How are we going to judge the benefit of this? Because I don't know how I'm going to understand that funding a standards project for India will get any trade parameters in terms of numbers established. And the importance is that without this correction or without this engagement, it's still not going to happen. And so TDA having the capacity to walk in certain, from a policy to an implementation, or from a policy to a commercial scale assistance which is required, we could work on this and to get some of the US best practices here and take back the Indian best practices, which are very important. We have worked on green buildings also. We have worked on other ICT elements, including smarter cities, 5G, and next slide, please. So as a follow-on of this work, which we did in phase 1, and we could get a lot of testimonials from both the private sectors on India and US side, we went ahead and funded a phase 2 of this work, where again we brought in, we had ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, actually working very closely with organizations like UL and others, a convening organization, to bring an expansion to the standards portal, a refreshment which was needed, and also to conduct more capacity building and more work which is needed to be done here. And one of the workshop way back in 2017-18, when we were doing this program, was on EV. I would say a little ahead of the first policy which Mr. Sinha came out with. So we start discussing this early, and it's very gratifying to see some of that work now very well entrenched and happening full on and with full charge in India now. And this was a great discussion which we had, still a lot of ifs and buts then. But it's great that now there are so many organizations which are fully working on how to get India on this whole electric vehicles journey. Next slide, please. Beyond that, I would also want to give examples, because there are partners in the room on how you can work with us. So we worked recently with the fleet decarbonization strategy and EV platform work on, to guide the electrification of vehicle fleets and deployment of EV infrastructure in Thailand. So we are looking not only on how this is done, it needs a detailed analysis and planning and preparation. And for Thailand as a whole country, we have funded an activity with Black & Veatch and SCG, who's working with us to design pilot projects at 3 identified sites. And hopefully this pilot project not only benefits Thailand, but others who are looking at similar markets can also learn. Next slide, please. We have a similar, next slide, please. We have a similar work on electric bus and ITC modernization, which we have done for public transit bus fleet. And I know this is a huge demand even in India. We are also an agency which does a lot of procurement training, public procurement best practices training, and I know a few states who are very keen on the standardization of public transit bus and the whole effort to modernize it and move it to EV. BEST is one of them in Maharashtra who wants to take the first lead of it and has been actively engaging with us. But this work which we did in Quito in Ecuador, it was to replace the diesel bus fleet with electric buses. Yeah. Next slide, please. So moving on, we have been doing workshops on technical standards in ASEAN. And I'm not talking, next slide please. I'm not talking about India, but there is a project, a very big program in India, which is brewing with Bureau of Indian Standards. And it's taking a little longer than usual for it to happen, but we really hope that India also gets on to this journey of a continued program with us on, EV charging market analysis, which we have done for ASEAN, and we should bring it also for India. Next slide, please. So I would be very interested, I will be here for some part of the conference on how we can work, how we are open to work with the private sector as well as with the government, on how we can work with you to help you on your standards programs and projects, especially on EVs. And typically that's the amount and that's the list. I can share this presentation with the organizers to share it with you. And the first step is to start engaging with us, discussing with us on how we can make this into a full-fledged program if you are interested, and make sure that electric vehicles remains at the front end of India's transport growth story. Thank you. That was my last slide, and those are my coordinates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mehnaz. I'm sure the US-India collaboration in the field will continue to grow for years to come. In the interest of time and all our grumbling stomach noises, we would request the two speakers to please keep it short and crisp. In our next session, we will talk about the Indian EV industry, which is marching its way towards global leadership and enabling collaboration. To enlighten us about the same, I would now like to call on stage the chairman of the Electric Mobility Group of the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers and the global head of Government Affairs and Public Affairs at Tata Motors, Dr. Sushant Nayak.
Hi, very good afternoon to all. I hope I'll get one electrified good afternoon to all. Again, good afternoon. Good. I'm not going to take much of time. It's a good news for you because I don't want to stand between you and the lunch. And I don't have any structured presentation because this subject is close to my heart, not as a chairman of the Electric Mobility Group, but since beginning. So I'm going to talk just ex tempo. Let me start with one small quiz. How many of you has been owner of the electric vehicle or use the electrical car as a taxi? Let's raise the hand. Good, remaining is all my potential customers, so I'm just telling my team to just note the people who are not raised the hand. But you can see almost like 80-90% people have raised the hand. And this is where, EV is going towards that, the penetration is becoming very high. Let me just start with, globally, even though net zero targets are driving everyone and, like 13%, 18% CO2 emission from the transport sector, globally, this is the main subject of how do you bring EVs into the transportation more and more. If you look at the, European Union has taken the 2050 targets, even though India has taken 2070, but some of the countries like Germany, Sweden, they have taken the aggressive target of 2040-45. And hence, globally, EV is a subject driving everyone. If you look at the number also, which speaks very well, I think in 2012, there was only 200,000 kind of electrical cars, but by 2022, the numbers is more than 10 million electrical cars got sold. Globally, the number of only electrical vehicle is around 60 million. And out of that, four-wheel is around 10 million electrical cars. And every seventh car globally sold is now electrical car. I just recently had gone to the neighboring countries like Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Everyone is talking how do we, get more and more EVs penetration. And it's a subject, I would say it's a global wave. Okay, we can't avoid, and I could see the commitment from the highest leadership in each and every country. Coming to India, we started today's journey, NAMPP, but then FAME1, FAME2, and most importantly, all the central ministry, if you look at the Ministry of Road Transport come with the green status and the advisory to the state level, Ministry of Home, it's called MOA, Ministry Urban Affairs, Home and Urban Affairs, they came out with a lot of guidelines for the EV charging. Recently, they are talking of the, EV electrical bus Seva PM program where 10,000 electrical buses is talking about. Ministry of Power played very important role in terms of the bringing the first CSL or ESL tender that 10,000 electrical cars, where India came to the map of the global EV journey for everyone because of the 10,000 big tender for the EV cars. Ministry of Finance has given the 5% GST, the lowest in terms of the industry to the electrical cars, and some IT benefit was there earlier, and DST, Department of Science and Technology. So there are 8 to 9, central ministry also, came out with the good, policies to have a EV penetration further. Top of it, 25 states out of 30, I think, was today also spoken about, came out with their own state policy for giving the main demand incentive and bringing more charging infrastructure. Recently, I had attended one seminar where OMCs, that is called oil marketing companies, OMCs, have a target of 22,000 electrical chargers by 2024 December. It's a huge target they have taken, and the charging infrastructure is, looks, to be on the path of this one. And I'm sure the economic survey is talking about 49% CAGR for the electrical vehicles, as well, more than 10 million electrical vehicles by 2030. Looks to be, very achievable, I would say. And as a SIAM, we are working with all the stakeholders very closely, right from the MHI, which is broadly not FAME1, FAME2, but SSC PLI as well as your auto PLI. We could see the big, in India also the high-level commitment, which shows also in the number, like last year we crossed more than 1 million electrical vehicles, which means every 30 seconds in India we are selling one electrical vehicle. That's a big, I would say, is a big achievement. And I'm finding electrical journey in India would be one of the talk about as a successful journey, as well as every year we'll be having a new heights, will be creating as well as achieving. And I'm personally very convinced that EV sector, today's figure was $129 billion as this one, but I'm finding much high level potential, and I could see the whole EV ecosystem also working towards that. And with this, I would like to say thanks to US Commercial, this one, to organize this wonderful seminar and bringing all the stakeholders on the one platform to discuss this. And as an industry, we are committed, I would say as a SIAM, we are committed towards the journey. And we'll be very happy any questions from anyone. And I always would like to end with one nice saying. It's not a challenge, I would say. So it is a very nice saying that it is interesting to, the create challenge, but very meaningful life when we meet the challenge. So I think we are all meeting the challenge, and as a EV industry will do very well. Thanks a lot for everyone to hearing me. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for your enlightening remarks. I would now like to invite our last speaker for the afternoon session before we can take a short break for lunch. Our next speaker is the founder of Omega Seiki Mobility, an MBA in finance from New York and a veteran of the commodity and energy trading industry. Please put your hands together for Dr. Uday Narang.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I know I'm the last guy here, so I know you're all really interested in your lunch than hearing me out. I've got a presentation, but I think we'll run it through really quick. But what I really want to speak is, it's a really, a proud day for India. Obviously we're going to have, one of our vehicles, Indian vehicles on the moon And I think that, I spent a lot of my time in the United States in my younger days. And, I was a big follower of Martin Luther King and, his famous speech of, I have a dream. And I think the dream that I have is that India, which today, is, the largest population in the world, which has got the third largest automobile market in the world, which has got, one of the youngest, population in the world. We've got 48%, of our population is women and what we call Nari Shakti. I think we've got such powerful young generation in this country who is educated, who's on the moon. I think if we can make this country a cleaner and a greener country, which is the dream that I have, and I think when I see Madhusudanji and all the rest of these people, when we started this journey, I don't know, about 10 years ago, it wasn't like this. I think my good friend Batriwali was there and a few others were there, but I didn't see so many people. And today, we see so many men, women, agencies. We see the Honorable Prime Minister, we see the Transport Minister, I think, who's going to be here later. We've got every state, every city behind this. I don't think we're going to do what Uncle Joe is doing in the United States, but I'll tell you what, we're not too far behind here for the work that is going on here. India is really, really, ladies and gentlemen, on the move. I know the Prime Minister talks about a 5 trillion economy. I think we got a lot, much more numbers ahead. I think, the third slot is ours. We let the US and the Chinese fight each other for the first and the second. I think we focus on the third one ourselves. But I think, I want to really talk about, the standards across the value chains. And, really what's important is, what is important more than OSM, I think, what we really want to talk about is what needs to be happening in the Indian, industry, in the Indian ecosystem. I think if we can just move the slides a bit quicker, I just want to go, if you address the market size, please move ahead. There's 300 million vehicles to 400 million vehicles by 2030. To be honest, this is a country where about 10 to 15 years ago, this would not even be possible. 80% of two-wheelers and three-wheelers of Indian automobile market, this is an opportunity. We already have 50 to 52% of three-wheelers. We've got a very significant number in 40 to 50% in two-wheelers in electric. And I'll be honest, the number of startups that Madhusudanji had come, it looks to me everybody is going to be on a two-wheeler in this country, But I think this is a very, very positive sign. Electric four-wheelers, we're going to, we think 30%, adoption rate. EV sales have, obviously ready to touch 10 lakh units in 2023. That's a growth of 327%. I think the numbers are clearly showing that we, as a country, are moving in the right direction. High-speed two-wheelers recorded a 425% growth. An Indian two-wheeler market is going to be, I think the numbers continually show that the TCO model is working to electric. I know a lot of, ICE people might be here, but I think, people talk about, the electric being the future. I think the electric is right here, right now. I think you're going to see a great change, whether it's electric, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's alternate energy. I think I would invite all of our friends in the United States and Europe, and I really thank you to US Commercial, to do this, to understand that this country has got a significant potential. Gone are the days when India was behind. I think today, and in the next 10 years, I think we are where China was in 1999. So I'm not in India because I believe I have an Indian, ethnicity. I'm here because I think the opportunity is here. And I think this is a market for all of its, invites a great opportunity to be here. The next slide, please. For India, the future, as I said, everybody's saying future is electric, but I think the president is there. The government, the Indian government is encouraging in a big way. 15,000 crore FAME 3 program is possible. You're talking even bigger numbers. I'm sure Madhusudanji is very privy to it. He won't tell us, but I think there's a lot of stuff going on in the works here. You have exemption of road tax and permit, over 20 states with independent EV policies. And I think we've got every state to come up. Any chief minister, any city, the great state of Delhi, everybody's, you can see more and more commercial vehicles coming in to be electric, which is very important. I think the work needs to be done on the trucks. The truck business is something that, the Tatas, Switch Mobility, I think us, a few others are really involved with. All the OEMs are going electric. Some of our good friends, when I hear, I don't know if anybody from Suzuki's here, but when Bhargavji finally comes around and says, we're going to, this is going to be electric, I think it's good. We also have our good friend, Mr. Bajaj says, he wants electric. So I think this is a very, very good sign. A lot of change has happened in this country. Robust growth in the ecosystem, battery manufacturers, motors. We're getting alliances from the United States, from Europe, from Japan, from Korea. I'm a bit biased over from the book friends on the other side, but I think they're here too. But I think there's going to be a lot of work done by international alliances. We have done quite a few. Can we please go on? Please just keep rolling the slides. I think I don't want to really, talk. Please go ahead on the slides. Further. I think what I do want to do is, please go on the next slide. I think time is limited. Look, if you look at the Prime Minister, he keeps talking about the world is now in the middle of a new mobility revolution, and I think this is an extremely, extremely important part. We at OSM have been building 2, 3, 4-wheelers in the electrification. We're opening up dealerships. We're going to there's 750 districts of this country. And I'll tell you what, for me, the learning, and I spent 35 years between the US and the United States. The last 8, 9 years have been here. And I think the real game is not in Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore. These are cities which are important. But I think until we go to tier 2, 3, 4 cities, until we, sorry for some of you who don't understand Hindi, but jab tak 125 crore bhai behnon ke paas nahi pahunchenge, and I don't want, only Mumbai or Gujarat to approach. I want every state, from the south to the north to the east to the west. On Sunday I'm going to Gujarat to open up our 185th dealership. We're going to be in every part of those 750 districts. And if we want to build the ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be in rural India, because that's where our population lives. And I think there is an opportunity to continually build this across. We have many states that are also electric surplus, and in the rural areas they can be really an important impact. And what I want to say is, Elon has done a fantastic job, but I think in this country, BMWs, Mercedes, and I would say Teslas are there, but there's a very small market where the action needs to happen is 3, 2, and 4-wheelers, which people can afford, or which people can actually use and can actually, in the leasing format, afford. So I think getting Elon here with Tesla at a $60,000 vehicle is beautiful. But I think we need to focus down a chain. We built a vehicle in rural villages where they can carry 6 people on a 2-wheeler, and in the evenings they can also carry load. That's what works in India. I think we want to build high-tech stuff, but we also want to build stuff that can actually be afforded. Let's just keep going because time is limited. I think we build, as I said, we build passenger, cargo, 3-wheelers, we have complete control of supply chain. We build fast charging, 30-minute fast charging, swap, fixed batteries. We're working with all the tech. We have backward integration in powertrains, motors. We provided financing. I think in this country, you've got to provide a full solution. And I think, for the last 5 years, and, which we've been really, really putting vehicles on the ground. We just crossed 8,000 vehicles on the ground. we should be able to, put a very significant more over the next year. Let's keep moving forward. We're working very hard on revolutionizing the Indian trucking industry. We're working on trucks, EVs, and UAVs together. We're working on different range of trucks. But in my personal opinion, the truck that really works is the 1 ton. And obviously the Tata Ace, which has been, a market of about 400 to 500,000 vehicles. I think that is a real vehicle that is, prime for going electric. India is a very, very price-sensitive market, as I heard before. Believe you me, if you can make it, we are working in Asia. Okay, so time's limited. I think I'm just going to, you want me to finish, or we got 5 minutes? Huh? Yeah. We're working on, please move, we've got multiple different trucks. We've got vehicles of different sizes. But I really think the pathway to ZET adoption in India is a very strong policy. Financing. I know the World Bank's working on it, SIDBI's working on it, multiple other players are working on it. Charging infra, whether it's fixed, fast charging, Swap. I think Swap's got a great future here. We are working very much with Sun and a few others. I think, there's going to be a real growth in Swap because it reduces the cost by 30%. And I think that is something that can work. And whatever works here, we've been taking these examples to Africa, to Asia. We've been working in Thailand. We've been working in the Philippines. We're working in Africa. And we're also going down to Latin America, though the response in Latin America is a bit slow from what I see. We're also working on drones with EVs together under the platform Suryodaya. We're working for drones for logistics and for agriculture. Basically, I want to finish up. I know time is very, very limited. This last, can you please move to the last slide? The recommendation for the EV industry, we've got to build infrastructure. If we want to, compete with the United States, Europe, or China, we've got to build infrastructure. Public awareness and education is extremely important. This is really something that is moving very fast. The government initiative and policies are very good. I really am impressed. I work closely with Niti Aayog and many others. But what I do want a policy in this government is a stable policy. I don't want the policy to go up and down. We've had some violation of some policies. But, a few people that blow the light doesn't mean everybody's wrong. I think a government stable policy. I'm a businessman. If I want to invest for 20 years, I want a stable policy. I don't want, I don't want the government or I don't want the bureaucrats to move up and down just because something happened. I think we've got to look a little bit longer term. R&D, really R&D, but R&D based in India. I don't want to import things from anywhere. Maybe I've learned this from, the United States ex-president Trump's son, on Make in America, and now everybody has Make in wherever. But I think we've got to align with the United States. We've got to align with Europe and Korea and Japan, and we're going to bring the technology here and build it here. We always had that. Local manufacturing and supply chain. Supply chain is extremely important, but we also have to understand the commodity. I'm an old hedge fund manager, so commodity control is extremely important. Fleet electrification. We run one of the larger e-logistic companies in this country, and it's growing. There is a big need for that. International collaborations and partnerships. I'll leave with the one last video, and that should be it. I hope I didn't take too much time. If there's a video, please show the video, and I think we're done. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Uday. I know it was a very, very passionate presentation. Thank you very much. But I'm sorry because the lunch and the time. Thank you very much. over to you, Ashima. Please, please, please.
Thank you, Mr. Narang. I would invite Ms. Sonia Bird over to please present the mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. Okay. Mehnaz Ansari, Senior Regional Representative, USTDA.
Sushant.
Mr. Sushant Nayak, Chairman, CM. Dr. Madhusudan Joshi, Head of Certification and Operations, ICAT. Mr. Uday Narang, Founder, Omega Seki Mobility. One group picture, please, dignitaries, and then we can go for lunch. Thank you. Everyone, please help yourself to networking lunch placed at the right hand of the hall. And we will meet in around 45 minutes time to start 3 breakout sessions on EV safety in India. Thank you.
We are starting the next session. I think you have been hearing all the speakers so far. We thought it is essential for us to hear from all the delegates. Every one of you here becomes a panelist. There are few questions which would be asked. That is the breakout session which we are having. There are 3 breakout sessions back to back for you to get an opportunity to present your views and say how we can make the Indian EV ecosystem safer. Thank you once again. Now, in most of the conferences, you are always asked, please put your mobile phone on silent or switch it off. Here is a contradiction. I'm asking you, all of you, to take out your mobile. Please have your mobiles ready with either Wi-Fi on or the mobile network on. See, the breakout session, we are going to use a tool called Padlet. May I request you to just bring out the presentation? Some ground rules before we start. Initially, I had thought that you might have seen that there are different colors. The significance was we were trying to make sure that there is a well-mixed combination of all the stakeholders sitting together. So we wanted to make sure that blue sits in one column, the green sits in another column like that, so that there is an entire stakeholder community coming together so that they can discuss, deliberate, and give their views. However, it appears to be too schoolish because, yaar, kya hai ye? School bana diya kya mere? So that is the reason where I said, okay, let's do table by table. May I request all the members who are on one table to get along? May I request you to join any one of the table which you think would, yeah. I want everyone's input here. Thank you. So, can you see a QR code here? Please scan this QR code. Please go to the Padlet. Isha, please go to the Padlet. Session 1. I want you to spend some time in discussing how we can encourage skill development for battery safety in EVs. There are few options which has been given. Please, and there is also an option which you can see. You can say if you like something, yes, this is good, you can give a thumbs up. Please try to answer the first question. You can see how many votes, who think what has to be done. So do we have the availability of skilled professionals in the various things? If you think there are any other areas which we need to really consider, please you can make recommendations. However, these are the 5 areas which we thought we should consider for the skill development. Fantastic. So it says designing of batteries, we are at the scale of 6. By BMS, we are at the scale of 5. Manufacturing of batteries at the scale of 8. And components and other than battery is again 8. And field on the ground repair 5. And I see only 3 plus 2 plus 5, 5 plus, okay. Numbers are growing up now. Still there are quite a few people who are yet to vote. I think we have almost around 120 here. I don't see more than 120 responses. Because though I requested that if we can do as a table, it's okay. It captures all the stakeholders' views. Is all of you done? You still need some more time? Is it easy to use this? It's quite easy, right? I don't think you have any challenges in doing it. Thank you. Yeah, numbers have grown. Fantastic. Now, I see there is a definite need in terms of having the field, designing. These are all the various areas which there is a gap which you are finding. Now, let's go to the second question. See, safety awareness of professionals in the entire value chain. Okay. One is the availability, other one is the awareness. What do you think? Is it low, high? I'm talking of the safety in particular. 13, 15, 16, 18. Only 18 responses. $21. Continue. Is anyone finding difficult in using this? Please let me know. We'll have our friends who will be able to help you. Isha, would you please help him with how to? We stopped at 21. There is, I think many of you already moved on to the other question too. Thank you. It shows safety skill sets required at various stages. Safe handling. I think you need to give your comments here. You can please add on the comments. Go on to the plus button. You would be able to provide your comments. What kind of, one is the safety handling at the consumer end. Is there anything further that you think we should be doing? Only the consumer end, that's good enough. What do we do? Because our design, we say skill set is very low. Yeah. Please stay with the one. I'm sorry? Oh, scan it again. Sorry. Please provide your suggestions on the question number 3. Fantastic. If anyone agrees to particular one, you can just give thumbs up also. There is, you need not retype the whole thing. You can say thumbs up. You can look at all the responses that are coming in. Storage instructions, understanding thermal behavior of batteries, safe handling at the consumer end, right from brighter design, manufacturing, thermal and okay. So which means to say at the entire value chain, we need the skill development. That is an essential part. Though in some of the cases, we have skilled professionals which are available. On the scale of 10, we had somewhere 8, right? So it shows very clearly there is a gap. Now comes the exciting one, the last questions. Please look at the last question, that is the 4th one. Provide your input. Organization level, wow, excellent. Need to conduct such conversations regularly and also make sure that your views are being captured, and not just captured, we would also look forward to having you as part of the solution. Please volunteer to be part of the solution, how we can brainstorm together on various solutions that we can find for us and contribute towards making EVs, the EV ecosystem safer in India. So new EV safety technology should be introduced into engineering curriculum. Clear regulations on what is needed. In-house training. Introduce government and industry partnership. Those are the only suggestions. Are there anything further? Is it taxing that after lunch, ye kya karwa rahe ho? No, thank you. We just wanted to make sure that the lunch, and that too very late lunch, may make you a little lethargic. So we just wanted to wake you up and keep me also awake, because Ashima has done a wonderful work in terms of keeping me off the dais today. Can we just go up on the last one, the suggestion? Scroll up, scroll up. Collaborative workshop between the industries, open courses with Swayam platform, academic and industrial partnership, collaboration with institutions and firms, emerging countries that are leading in the EV segment. Fantastic. I think if there are any further responses, please do keep on adding. This platform would be open. I would not be closing it at least till tomorrow. You can continue to keep your suggestions on. We will capture all these suggestions. I think we had very good suggestions somewhere here, where saying that we should have the in-house trainings, we should have the curriculum that has to be included. That's a point for our colleagues here from the research also to see how we can work together in creating that curriculum. So, should we stop here or should we continue? What do you think? Yes? No? Let's continue with the second one. All okay? Thumbs up? Fantastic, thank you. Let's go to the next one. Please have your mobile on and now scan the QR code. Isha? Yeah, thank you. Here comes the QR code. can I see all? I think you should take photograph there, not here. You should take the photo because see, this is the only conference where everyone is lifting their mobile. Could you all scan? And I think you are able to see the questions already. Go ahead, go to the Padlet. Is the standards important for safer EVs and is the standards adequately addressing Indian requirements? Yes, 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 very good. It's getting addressed. There was a comment on the top. Can we just go to the comment? Go to the comment. Looking at drop in EV fires, it seems to be the case, yet to be verified with respect to life of battery. Good. Standards are evolving. Partially. Standards are. So how many yeses are there? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Come, go up a little. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, this is an interesting response. Are standards the only means? I think the next questions would really look at is the standards. I mean, the first one we first looked at skill. Now we thought, should we have the standards? Is the standards, are we having the enough standards? But having standards alone may not be sufficient enough. I do tend to agree, because until and unless these standards are implemented, my view, sorry, this is not a view from the organization, it's my personal view, that the standards are just a piece of paper or a book or something to read until and unless you commit yourself to conform to. So I generally tend to disagree, saying that regulation is the one which helps and we should have regulations. We can regulate ourselves. Why do we need a regulator from outside? A regulator is, sorry, so we can regulate our product. It's our commitment to make our product safer. So let's go to the second question. What subjects you would propose for the development? Warranty for battery, without which consumer confidence is difficult, adequate standards, or no, just please don't scroll until and unless it. Standard minimum, okay, adequate standards are there, but implementation is fantastic. Thank you. Change in raw material in battery manufacturing. Standard range per kilowatt hour for a different segment. Storage and handling, battery safety and performance, batteries, thermal, battery durability. So safety in EVs means it's only the batteries. Is that the case? Views? No? No. But I think we are all focused much on the battery. That is the one catches the fire, but why does it catch the fire? Why heart burns? Because your mind doesn't work. Okay? So if I connect it with my body, I think it's a fantastic example of EV. Can I say it's only because this is not okay, the EV does not work? It's critical, I do agree. The moment it stops, it is gone. Exactly. Exactly. So the BMS has to be there. So I think the focus, what we saw, I was really expecting something to really come up beyond batteries, because battery is one, I know it's a 40% or 50% of the cost that you would probably looking at. However, again, my numbers could be wrong. Excuse me for that, because I am not into manufacturing or anything. So I don't understand the cost factor. However, it is important for us to know, yes, it is not just the batteries. Every element, even my colleague sitting there was telling, hey, gasket, if the gasket is not proper, it leaks, goes bum, right? So I think every element needs standard, because that is what is going to set the whole EVs being safer. How you would like to contribute to the development of standards? Participate in panel discussion, technical committees. Participate in panel discussions, group meeting, participation in technology. Development of collaborative platform, fantastic. Just to give you a quick overview, the standards are not written by weird set of people sitting together and just saying, okay, these are all the things which we need to have to make the system safer. It is important for us to understand it is all the stakeholders, we sitting here, including me, it's not, I'm excluded. All of us, we are responsible for making the standards safer, or the product safer through the standards, and the standards come with inputs from every stakeholder. Until and unless the stakeholder participation is balanced, the standard gets skewed towards one particular stakeholder community, and that is where it is important for all of us to look at how we can participate in the standard development and contribute. Then at the end, I cannot say this is a problem, saying that it does not address my particular safety concern. Why it did not address it is because you did not participate. The participation by every subject matter expert is an essential factor. While I would definitely look at an active participation from all of you, at least whoever is interested. Again, probably some of you may tend to agree, being a volunteer in standards is a thankless job, but it is not a thankless job. It is actually what you are committing yourself in making the world safer. So I would really thank whoever has written that, participating in the technical committees, participating in the collaborative efforts. We would look forward to have you participating in the standards development at BIS, at ULSE, at wherever you think. You have a live example sitting here. Probably Battery Wally gets more attention. Maybe I need to have a focus light which always says wherever she moves that we should. She has been an active member in the BIS standards, IEC standards, UL standards. So what is that you are gaining, Rashi? Is there anything that you are gaining from this?
To be very honest, first I'm gaining knowledge. Because I meet a lot of technical experts all together at the same platform, brainstorming to make a set of a standard, and mind you, a standard and not specification, to actually make something which comes out to be very robust, extremely safe. And it is most of the times an honorary and a thankless job, as he said. He is also one of those partners in crime there that we have to contribute. See, the world is made from whom?
Me.
All of us, right? And if we don't contribute to make this world a safer, better place, a habitable place for all of us, then what do we do them for? It's for us that we write the standards. It's for us that we follow the safety norms. It's a thankless job, but it's a job that gives you an immense amount of satisfaction that you have created a standard which the world can rely on. That's what we do at standardization committees, brainstorming, many, many hours. It's tiresome work.
Fights?
Fights, absolutely. We fight so much because we cannot come to a consensus, and difference of opinions. So combining all of that, it becomes really, really difficult and time-consuming and tiring. And different countries, different ideologies, everyone has some agenda, sometimes
Some interest.
some interest, and being so neutral to make a standard come out, and you know, having a complete representation from the industry, academia, policy making, standardization bodies, and coming out with something which is neutral yet effective is the most toughest job that all the technical committees across all standardization bodies are doing.
At the end, what do you get when the standard gets published?
Just maybe some thank you somewhere.
But the personal satisfaction
And
that you get is immense.
That is immense.
That
I mean,
is
that's what I
immense.
said. We all do this for our personal satisfaction. Because that's what I said, you know, we are creating something for the world to rely on. I mean, I know there are some foreigners here, but I want to give an example of Sri Krishna's Govardhan Parvat. I mean, you know, I guess most of them would be knowing. What did everyone do? सबने अपनी छोटी-छोटी उंगली लगाई थी ना श्री कृष्ण के साथ गोवर्धन पर्वत उठाने के लिए. So that is what each one of us is doing today. Sitting here, we all are creating, and if we're creating a place to be safer, and that is what we all have to contribute to wholeheartedly, irrespective of whether you get the credit for it or not. You know the work you have done and you get the credit for it. Maybe not published anywhere, but yes, you know you get the credit because you have created something that people can rely on and make it safer.
Thank you, Rashi.
Thank you.
I think that makes all this advantage that you being a technical committee member, what it really gives. Otherwise, generally I get, मेरा time बेकार जा रहा है. Why should I be there, right? All the way.
And all the financial contribution is your own.
So, I mean, see, actually it is experiencing. Once you experience, then you will never give up being part of the technical committees. You would get that kind of satisfaction. I would strongly request and recommend that you consider wherever you think there is a contribution can be done from you. Please consider, if it is BIS, please, the manakonline.in gives you an option for you to apply to be a technical committee member. csds.ul.com, csds.ul.com will give you an option for you to become a technical committee member. You can just go through CSDS, you identify which topic is of your interest, and there are these standards technical committees which has been made and applied to be a committee member. There is no requirement in terms of saying that you have to be a member of something, member of that, or you have to represent until and unless the balance is achieved, or if your participation does not affect the balance, we would definitely consider you to be part of the technical committee. So my strong request here is get that satisfying feeling by contributing towards standards. Thank you. Now let's go on to, I think again, as I'm telling this particular one, I would be keeping it open for at least till tomorrow. Please try to keep voting, give your suggestions, and reach out to me if you want to be in the technical committee anywhere, not just UL. It is even in the technical committees of BIS. I would be able to guide you how to apply to be a technical committee member. Thank you. Let's go on to the third one. Are we okay on the time? Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is the third one, the last breakout session. Can we go to the question? I know all of you are already able to see the question. No, there is the third one here. Conference 3, yeah. Recommendations on required regulatory framework, recommendation on effective regulation implementation. See, we moved from what is really required for us to create that safety from the skill development, what we really need to do. And then we said, well, is standards important? how do we develop the standards, how we can contribute to the standards. Now comes the effective implementation. Please, again, probably you may like to ignore my word where I said regulation is, I can be self-regulating. That's again, but the standards become the guide for you to make your products safer. Handling, recycling. Okay, required, oh, fantastic. Reuse and disposal, collaborative efforts between all the stakeholders. Design of product. Now can you just go down a little? Thank you. I think you have covered most of the things. What I really like the most here is continuous monitoring, not just the one-time testing. I think that's the most important thing. It's the continuous commitment from our side in terms of making the product safer. So the regulatory system should probably look at, and also understanding the complete ecosystem and how the standards can be applied at every stage. Again, my 1 cent or 1 paisa contribution to this is saying that I can regulate myself. When it goes as I am responsible for the safety, all of us would definitely make sure that the standards are being developed, adopted, and also being implemented effectively. So thank you very much. These were the 3 breakout sessions which we wanted to conduct after the lunch. We thought it would be refreshing. Hope all of you liked it. Was it good? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now over to the next session. Thank you. Ashima, hope you were relieved a little.
Hello, everyone. I hope you found this session interesting and we will be incorporating your ideas for having a longer term proposal for EV safety in India. We would now like to move to our next session and invite on stage the Director for Integrated Transport, Electric Mobility and Hydrogen at the World Resource Institute, India, who will talk about regulatory mapping. Do we have Mr. Joseph in the room? So our next speaker on how standards enable global safety ecosystem for electric vehicles and opportunities in India will be joined and presented by Mr. Joseph Pablo from UL Solutions and Engagement, and he will be conducting it online. Okay. So we'll wait for him to join the session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at the technical seminar on electric vehicle conductive charging standards. My name is Joe Bablow. I'm the Principal Engineering Manager for the Energy Storage and E-Mobility team within UL Solutions. Been with UL for 28 years, and you can see the rest of my bio on the slide. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about legacy standards in order to set a baseline before we move on to the further discussion. So what we're going to take a look at is a number of standards, not all of them, but just a few of them, and how they map between North American and IEC standards. So what you see on the screen is a list of standards on the left, which is the North American standards, and then a list of standards on the right, which are IEC, and the colored bubbles will show you how those map to one another. Also, what you will see for North American standards is each one of those has 3 designations with UL number for the US, the CSA number for Canada, and the ANSI number for Mexico. Each one of those documents is trinationally harmonized and is identical between the 3 countries. So instead of saying the entire designation, I will just simply refer to the UL number for the sake of convenience, and we'll talk about UL 2594, UL 2202, and UL 2251. But whenever I say those numbers, I really mean all 3 designations. So the first one we'll look at is AC output devices, which is electric vehicle supply equipment, or EVSE. These are products that will transfer AC voltage to the vehicle. On board the vehicle, you'll have an onboard charger that will convert that voltage and charge the battery. For North America, we use UL 2594, and on the IEC side, that maps to one of 2 standards, IEC 61851-1 or IEC 62752. Today, from the published documents, both of those have an overlap of scope. On the cord-connected products, so any AC output device that is cord and plug connected, either standard applies today. I will say that work is ongoing to clarify that and say 62752 does cord and plug, 61851-1 does permanently connected, but that'll be future standards. Today it's an or between those standards based on choice of the customer. For DC output devices or chargers, transferring DC to the vehicle and charging the battery, we use UL 2202. And that maps to a combination of IEC 61851-1 and 61851-23. So you use those 2 standards together to be able to address DC chargers. For couplers, connectors, and inlets, UL 2251. And for the IEC side, we're using the 62196 series. And you see how that maps out with Part 1 and Part 2 being used for AC-rated devices, Part 1 and Part 3 being used for DC-rated devices, and for all actively cooled or liquid-cooled devices, Part 1, Part 3, and Part 3-1. One of the things that we need to make sure is clear when we look at these standards is that on the North American side, the standards are design agnostic. So essentially, any design that can comply with the safety requirements as outlined in those documents is sufficient and suitable and can be certified. On the IEC side, they're a little bit more design oriented, such as with -23, you have 3 separate systems of chargers, System A, System B, System C. There are no other versions of charger systems, and if you don't have A, B, or C, you cannot be covered by that standard. Similarly, in 62196, the Part 2 and Part 3 documents both have standard sheets in the back of the document, with the standard sheets pointing out dimensioning and configuration details and essentially the design of the interface. If you do not have standard sheets in the back of Part 2 or Part 3, technically you cannot be covered to the standard shown on the screen. So those design orientations require those standards to be updated if we're ever going to add new designs. For example, today we have the North American Charging Standard, or the Tesla connector, that is becoming more globally available, right? So Tesla has released that. Certain auto manufacturers such as Ford and Rivian and Volvo and others have stated that they will use the Tesla connector moving forward. The UL 2251 document is prepared to handle that because we don't speak to the configuration or the design. But for IEC, we have to take steps to add in the standard sheets for the NACS connector. So it doesn't mean that either one of those documents is better than the other. They all do the same thing. We all point to the same safety concepts. We cannot change the laws of physics. So fire, shock, injury is going to really be the ultimate goal for all of them. And we're all pointing toward that same area. It may be done slightly differently, but the IEC standards do rely on specific design. And if the design is not included, it is not covered by the scope of that document. So there's a little bit more of an ability to innovate on the North American standard side. So this is our baseline, the legacy standards that exist today, what's currently published and what is out there. And now we want to look at some areas of development for future standards, some of the areas that are being worked on today. So the first is megawatt charging. So megawatt charging is essentially the same as DC charging, except a much higher level of power involved. So we'll skip down to the third bullet, and you can see the ratings. There's 3 different levels, all of them at 1500 volts DC, but level 1 at 350 amps, level 2 at 1000 amps, and level 3 at 3000 amps. This is essentially the next step, right? So we've taken DC charging in dash 23 using systems A, B, and C. Essentially, the IEC design orientation is going to sort of drive a harmonization of design globally, because no one wants to make more than one product. But the idea here is we're going to go way beyond where we are with that, which is netting out at 500 amps today. And we're going to start looking at 1500 volts DC, 3000 amps. And the need for this is mostly for trucks, buses, larger vehicles, something with a much larger battery, heavy duty vehicle that needs to be able to charge quickly, because the legacy product, what's out there today, would take far too long to charge those larger batteries. Of course, this requires new systems. It requires new couplers, and you're going to have tweaks to the communication protocol as well. And the idea behind this is that for active cooling, it's going to be required for level 2 and level 3. Level 1, everything is sized appropriately. The cross-sectional area of copper is suitable for 350 amps, and we can just use that without any additional bells, whistles, or controls. But for level 2, to put 1000 amps through this connector, we require the infrastructure side to have some form of active cooling. Today, that's liquid cooling, and that would be required on the infrastructure side to cool the contacts in the connector while transferring 1000 amps to the vehicle. For level 3, it gets more complicated, with the infrastructure side maintaining its active cooling, but the vehicle side also must have active cooling. We are not transferring coolant from the charger to the vehicle. They are separate closed-loop systems, but you are essentially cooling the vehicle connector on the infrastructure side, and the truck or bus is cooling the inlet on the vehicle side. In the future, this technology, this charger system, may be more prevalent in the field, and there may be the possibility of passenger vehicles moving toward the use of level 1. 3000 amps would never really be required on a passenger vehicle, but 350 amps could be. And if the infrastructure is available, it is foreseeable that in the future, passenger vehicles may make use of that infrastructure. But today, the primary use is for truck and bus. And the idea is that, let's use trucks as an example. If they need to charge quickly and get back on the road, especially in a large country going, from border to border, coast to coast in the US, a truck may need to charge quickly, get back on the road to continue. And that's where the 3000 amp charging comes in. If they're stopping for a couple of hours, take a break, have lunch, do what they need to do, 1000 amps. If the truck is parking overnight, that's where the 350 amps can come in. So it isn't that every truck will charge every time at 3000 amps. It's really dependent upon the use case and the scenario in which they are charging. But the standardization for this is now underway globally, both in IEC and in North America, trying to figure out what is changing and what we need to do to be able to cover it. Another area is the use of solar generation and energy storage. So the concept here is essentially PV arrays that can be used to generate power, energy placed on energy storage, and then that energy storage can be used to charge the vehicle. And that could be situations where the product is grid tied and the storage system will supplement the grid, or it could be a system that is used for convenience, we'll come back to that, or located in a remote area where there is no grid connection at all, and the ESS is the only power source. So we're charging the battery constantly and then using that battery to put charging current back onto the vehicle. There can be two types of these devices. They can be permanently, as you see in the image here, where they're just permanent installations. They're not going to move. The ESS is in the bushes or it's buried or whatever. And that's going to be used to help supplement a grid connection, and we can charge multiple vehicles. But there are portable types that are seen out in the public and on the market, where they can be delivered on a flatbed truck and they can be dropped in a parking lot for festivals and fairs and things of this nature, where EVs are not normally parking, but there would be EV available there. And when the festival or the carnival or what have you is over, the product is picked up, put back on a flatbed truck, moved somewhere else, and used elsewhere. So the concept for those are that they are smaller, self-contained type systems that can be moved around from place to place, do not need a grid connection, and are just an energy storage system with PV and EVSE all in one package. So all of this exists today in individual component requirements. So we have requirements for PV, we have requirements for inverters, requirements for energy storage, requirement for EV charging. But the idea of how that all interacts when you put it together as a system, especially if they are larger systems, again, as shown in the image, where pieces may be intermixed, where someone goes out and just buys the 4 pieces and creates this system in the field. How do we put requirements around that to make sure that the interaction and the integration of these products together is done in a safe manner? Again, something that's being discussed on a global scale. And then our last area is going to be around battery swap. We won't spend a whole lot of time on this one. Essentially, it can be a facility, large facility where we can drive in and get out of our car, or it could be a smaller facility such as this, or it could even be a kiosk system where something is done manually. Pick a battery out of your vehicle, place it into the kiosk, take out a fully charged battery, put it in your vehicle, and off you go. The main concept of battery swap is around fleets and standardized vehicles. It's not really feasible to say I have every single battery for every vehicle, and I have a means to actually interchange that automatically. So for the system you see on the screen, a car will pull in, something underneath the vehicle will come up, take a battery off, take it into the back, bring out a new one, put it on, person drives away. It's all automated, and within the left-hand side of that structure is essentially energy storage. So you have all the batteries in there, they're being charged, and they're being stored for the next use. And these products can be built wherever you have a need. So it could be a fleet of taxis, of delivery vans, it could be neighborhood sharing vehicles, it could be a lot of different things, but essentially that's there to quickly change the battery and get those cars back on the road without having to have the car parked while the battery is charged. So with that, we're going to look at some considerations for India. Okay, essentially, legacy standards are there, but they're never finished. So as things innovate, they will continue to develop. We have new areas of technology that are in development, but as we pointed out, a lot of the times we don't know what those products look like. So industry input and actual finished products are necessary to help formalize and finalize requirement development. There's a lot of work going on to develop and maintain the documents, legacy or new. But what we're trying to get to is a point where on a global scale, we have a minimum number of standards rather than everyone having their own. We don't want to keep reinventing the wheel when certain requirements already exist. So a use of existing standards is a good plan. It's tied to a common understanding of vehicle manufacturers, charger manufacturers, and vehicle owners. Everyone would know what to expect. And of course, that also leads to available equipment that's already on the market and can already be utilized in a safe manner. The design agnostic approach from the North American standards is one recommendation for safety that can be followed, and it also allows for a faster innovation time. We don't always have to update the standard every time a design it's modified. And that in turn can assist in a faster and safer adoption of the technology. So with that, I thank you.
The link must be on still. Can you just check? And can we just third one, the Padlet. Padlet. Go to the second one and then we'll go to the third one. Second. It must be still on your mobiles. You can just check it out and you can continue to respond or see what responses you would say give a thumbs up or thumbs down. Yeah. There are a few more additional things which has come, like compliance is sufficient, design compliance needs to be carried out in mass production, and COP needs to be regular and stricter. Only regulatory standards are not sufficient, as the R&D team follows much more tough design parameters in view of the product safety to make products robust. Yes, they are important, but various stakeholders need to get together. I think we talked about this, how all the stakeholders can identify and become part of the standards development. Go down. There are a few, these are all the new responses which we could see. Hold on, hold on. How you would like to contribute to the development of standards? There's an interesting response. Would like to place demands as a consumer instead of an industry professional. The reason why all the standards are developed is for the consumer. We also are one time we are consumer. We may have some technical competency, and that is where we are contributing. But at the end of the day, all the standards or the regulatory systems, and also my friends sitting here from NABL, QCI, they would definitely agree how the testing from the accredited bodies and the certification from the accredited bodies would really help. And it all is aiming at the consumer, not at we as a manufacturer. It's manufacturers, what we are really doing is giving that trust, restating our trust through the testing certification. Am I right, ma'am? Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Perfect. I think that's a point which we'll note down. And only thing is, the standards are for whom? It is. standards or standardization? Both. Because standardization is the one which is going to help you in some way, and also the consumer, so that they have, I mean, they need not really worry much about kahan pe jana hai, kahan pe nahi jana hai, what to do, what not to do. Yeah. I mean, when you go take an appliance, you go with the plug, you know, you don't need to really find an electrician who will come and say, no, for this you need to have a different plug. So something similar to that is the standard, whether the standards are the one which is going to define. It's not going to define the design, it is not going to define how you have to do it. It says these are the safety requirements which has to be met. And all these safety requirements for the consumer, and as a consumer also, whoever has written is a fantastic suggestion, that as a consumer, I would like to be part of the standard. And in any standard development, consumer is one of the important element who actively participates and who has to actively participate. Yeah, we have limited members in that area. However, I think we all can play the role of being a consumer and provide that inputs. I think I'll just look at a few more things. Need to look into the holistic failure case, not just end testing and testing scope. If too wide, will skew the development outlook. Again, the standards are the basic minimum requirements. However, it is at the discretion of the designer, manufacturer to build any additional safety standard, safety requirements to say that his or her products are much superior, come what may be, my product would not fail, it would not have the electrical, you will not get the electrical shock, it will not catch fire even if you abuse it, which probably is the organizational policy philosophy that will take over. However, as I just want to say, standards are the basic minimum requirements. It never stifles, it never says you cannot do anything beyond this. In fact, as you keep on implementing the standard, you would find new ways to develop, new ways to make the product safer. So standards are enablers of the innovation rather than this type which stifles the innovation. So I think that's another point which is coming up here. That's where my question was little on the side, like, should we be looking at the standardization or the standards? And when we really looked at where do we need the standards, the new chemistry was one of the things which was brought up, and saying that how do we make those new chemistries? So when you define the safety requirements, you're keeping it the technology agnostic one. However, every particular element, like some of the technologies may need a relevant, a specific requirement, but the standard per se would really define what are the various safety requirements that needs to be met. I think that's more or less everything is getting covered. Is there any more suggestions that you would like to add in? Now, at the end of this, why I'm saying that we would be keeping it open for you to really think over, mull over, and see if you have any additional suggestions to provide. We'll look at it, we'll compile it, and share it with all of you to make sure that you volunteer yourself and be part of the solution. So with that, hope the tea is also ready. We can go for the tea. Thank you.
Welcome back from the short tea break. And we are going to start with the panel discussion on Indian EV ecosystem, setting the benchmark to the world. I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Kumar from World Resource Institute India on stage to moderate the panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And now we'll start with the panel discussion, and I would like to invite Mr. Kunal Kumar Mahua on the stage, and Mr. Ayush Lohia from the Lohia Auto Industry, Mr. Uday Narang from Omega Seki, Mr. P.K. Banerjee from Siam, and We have Mr. Ajay Sharma from SME EV, and Mr. Shroinder Gill will be joining us soon. So, meanwhile, we'll just start with the panel discussion. So since yesterday until now, we have discussed the various aspects, how to develop the safe, secure and sustainable Indian EV ecosystem and what kind of action is required to achieve this objective. And we have received a lot of suggestions what need to be done. So we have experts to whom we'll be posing the question which need the solution, how we can achieve those objectives. So let me start with the Mr. Kunal Kumar. So my first question to you, like in the past several sessions, we have received a lot of suggestion that how we can develop the safe and sustainable ecosystem for EV and how we can set the benchmark for the global global level infrastructure. So one of the things like developing a charging infrastructure across the country, and we have seen now the industry players are talking about scaling this to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And this requires a lot of supportive actions so that we can have a safe, secure and sustainable ecosystem, not even in the main cities, tier 1, it should be there in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And some of the requirement was like we need enough testing and certification ecosystem to ensure that we have a safe and secure infrastructure developed across the country. The second thing was there, like when we are developing this charging infrastructure, so suggestion we received that we need a standards which is helping in scaling the charging infrastructure and not acting as a bottleneck in the scaling this. So what government of India is doing on this and how they addressing these issues and what kind of collaboration you see in the future can help us in achieving this objective and setting the benchmark for the global level.
Good evening, everyone, my fellow panel, and of course, people in this room. I'm extremely thankful to all the organizers for having me here. But I represent the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, have been working in cities. Part of the question about testing and certification and all seems pretty alien to me. But I'll probably talk on the role that cities can play, and overall we could, together with the industry, play in seeing that this space has a bright future in India. As far as Government of India targets go, they're pretty aggressive, that 30% of all private vehicles by 2030, and of course 50% of all power generation in the country by 2030 has to be from renewable sources of energy. And if that has to be achieved, backward calculations say there are a lot of charging infrastructure and EVs will have to be put up. And by the current pace of how things are going, I think we will miss that target by more than 40%. So obviously a lot of effort needs to go in putting in charging infrastructure, and not only charging infrastructure, but charging infrastructure of a kind which will sustain. I think we've seen time and again cities invest in amenities like these for public use where the business model fails their amenity going forward. I think charging infrastructure on its own may not be able to sustain as a business, and therefore how we actually build a business model around it with cafes and maybe lounges and coffee shops, etc., and make a business model where probably the charging itself is a minuscule or at least not a very substantial component of the business itself, and therefore the entire charging infrastructure can pay for itself. But these are things that have to evolve in our cities. These kind of business models have to evolve. And charging infrastructure alone, charging infrastructure cannot be put by the cities, the the city governments alone and the urban governments alone. It's a combination of many different departments and different government machinery coming together, which is where I think one of the things that we have to realize is that the whole of government approach will need to come in the cities. And that's easier said than done, but smart cities are all about that. We're trying to do that through what we call some integrated decision making through the SPVs that we have created in the smart cities, and bringing together different parts of government and the private sector on one platform to take decisions about the city. Hopefully those things get pushed out to other tier 2, tier 3 cities in the country, and such templates become useful for other players as well, other cities as well. Going forward, again, this whole business of adoption of standards is important. I think one of the things that Government of India will have to look at is if the industry has to move ahead. As the industry grows and matures from the current situation, I think more and more standards would be required to sustain it. And going forward then, again, those standards will increase the pace with which the industry will grow, and then further standards will be developed. It's a virtuous cycle that needs to emerge. I've seen the same happen in the smart cities space. When we started the smart cities thing, we didn't have any standards, and probably pushing standards at that moment would have been counterproductive. But going forward, gradually we started releasing standards in different fields, and that has now set the pace for more innovation in the sector. So I think similar thing is going to happen in here, and all of us have to contribute to that role. Of course, on a very general point, I think as city governments, as state governments, as national governments, decision making will have to improve in the sense of making quick decisions on certain things where there are bottlenecks, where the industry faces hurdles, and deeper collaboration, I think, deeper engagement with the industry, in a way that, both formal and informal engagements where the issues can be brought out and they can be taken action upon. So I think these are the issues I would like to point out.
Yeah, thank you. Just one connected question with this, like collaboration between government, academia and industry to support this EV growth is one of the suggestions we received during the discussions. Same time, we have line ministries working on the different aspect of the EV ecosystem, and creating a synergy between these ministries to take an efficient decision is also one of the important suggestions we have received. So how you see that, how we can ensure that, do we have any platform where this can, we can create a synergy so that the efficient decision is taken at the implementation level?
I have seen one of the ways in which the Government of India functions, which is called this group of secretaries, where there are, like for example, we as a ministry are part of the infrastructure group. There are 7 ministries in the infrastructure group which meet often on infrastructure issues on a common platform. So if there is a group like that, maybe we can look at talking to the relevant ministry here in the case of DPIIT and maybe DHI and others who are responsible for the EV sector to come together in the form of a group of secretaries on the EV space, maybe the renewable energy space broadly, and then all issues related to this, interministerial issues can be brought on that platform. It will be a great exercise and will really quicken the pace of coming together, integrated decision making, and the kind of stuff that you're talking about. Similar things can be done at the level of the state government, and some of the state governments are doing better than others in the EV space. We also need to learn what they're doing better and why they're being able to do better, and maybe replicate them across other states, which probably could be well done by the Niti Aayog also.
Thank you. So now, Mr. Banerjee, that's on the similar question, like on the collaboration that we have seen in the discussion, that collaboration is emerging as one of the solution if you want to address the challenge and develop the solution which is efficient, and we are not doing hit and trial. So there the industry participation and contribution in the decision taken by the government. So how we are talking about the collaboration, but how to make this happen, and what kind of action you think that should be taken from all the stakeholders, because each one need to move a step to make the things work. So what kinds of suggestion you will do, you will suggest for making this collaboration in action?
Thank you for a great question. If you want to promote electric vehicles, so we need to understand what are the interventions needed. So electric vehicle is a new technology customer is not aware about it, it has a huge benefits. Of course, it has certain challenges also in its wake. But if we have to promote, then there is a parliamentary committee which has identified 12 challenges for promotion of electrification in India. And one of the important challenges is charging infrastructure. Now, I represent in my society where I live as a treasurer, as a chairman, but many of the residents of society members, they want to buy electric vehicles. But even though I am very deeply involved in this discourse for many years, I do not know whether if somebody wants to buy a electric vehicle, how as a society owner I am able to provide him the power line there. What kind of charges he will be levied to? Will it be private, will it be residential? There are some states have come up with certain guidelines, some clarity is there. So issue what I am highlighting is that awareness is so poor, even to the most informed people, that they are not able to help a common citizen to adopt the electrification in their journey. So that's where I think the first collaboration is important, is that wherever you are, you please collaborate and frequently ask questions which are very easy to understand for each individual should be known. But at a higher level, at a policy level, which I represent, starts from all these 12 identified challenges needs to be, solved and at least eased out in a manner that we are able to push the electrification story. Then first one was, of course, the Power Ministry and Urban Development Ministry's intervention, where they came up with the service guidelines and power as a service for electrification was very clearly spelled out. But again, there was a challenge of commonization of connectors, chargers. So that itself is a big issue. Now there we have been discussing for a very long time, is the CCS is right, or GB by 2 is right, or the CHAdeMO is right. But then later on we understood that let 1,000 ideas bloom, and somewhere the best of other idea market will adopt, and there we are living with it. When we talk about buses, when there is a aggregation of the fleet, then you have one set of charging infrastructure. STUs are adopting in their charging areas, whereas some individual operators are operating a different one. So there also again the collaboration is needed. So if you see the collaborative approach, everywhere collaboration is needed. If I have to speak to the DISCOM, or if I have to speak to the power suppliers, if I have to speak to the infrastructure facilitators, so every stage there is a collaboration. But if I just divide all areas of collaboration into 3 parts, one is policy, another one is standards, and then third one is the regulations. So in all the 3 areas, the collaborations and the stakeholders are different. So at a policy front, for example, FAME 1, FAME 2, FAME 3, or PLI schemes, we are at a very high level discussing with different ministries. But when it comes to standards, then we have ETD 51, and ETD 51 has become a classic platform for collaboration and discussion. And then when it comes to regulations, so regulations again is a state versus central. So there central government regulates something, but state needs to adopt it in right spirit and letter and spirit, then only the impact will be seen by the consumers. Also post sale of the vehicle, service, again in the service we have a battery recycling now coming up. So there you have a recyclers collaboration is needed. You have to have a different set of collaborations. If swappable battery idea is there, then you know how many more collaborations will be required. So in all, it's a collaboration, cooperation and coordination. 3 C's are the essence of promotion of electrification.
Yeah, so in this one, I'll take one more vertical in this, the research and innovation, where the collaboration is, because EV sector requires very strong R&D support if we want to develop the safe and secure EV ecosystem. Here, recently Government of India has launched the NRF, and PSA is having Manthan platform. So, and we see since long time the discussion is going on that we should have a very strong academia industry collaboration, whether it's within country and at the global level. So how you see that NRF is going to help, or any suggestion that that will ensure the good number of success for this NRF initiative? especially the funding part is very critical for us.
I strongly believe that now the time has come where industry academia interaction must, conclude to its meaningful, outcome. It has been for quite some time. I think it's a more than 3 decades I have been seeing this discourse that India must have an industry academia, great collaboration, then only India will move forward. But I'm very sorry to say that perhaps yet industry has not developed enough confidence in academia, and that's where I feel that US example we must emulate, because in US you see that academia actually drives the innovation in the industry, and industry in US embraces the new ideas and make it commercial. So whatever, right from Mr. Chidambaram's time when he was PSA to Prime Minister, when we had a basic directed research approach, to now we have a TRL to TRL 9 concepts, and we say that TRL 6, TRL 7 onwards we will be able to bring it. But still I think the industry confidence to my mind is less in academia contributions to take it forward to logical conclusions. Now Manthan platform, for example, Manthan, desperate attempt is being made to promote Manthan, but the way I see that lukewarm responses people give to Manthan's utilization. Aspire initiative has been initiated in ICAT. Similarly, Technovation innovation in there in ARA, where whosoever is doing work on battery area, at least they'll be able to go and we can collaborate. But I think there is still some more need, things need to be done to push it hard, so that confidence of industry, because industry moves at a very fast pace. Perhaps academia need to catch up with that pace and expectations. If that matches, perhaps the result will be beautiful. But the time has come that India cannot afford this gap between academia and industry.
So after the launch of the NRF, there is one of the suggestion was there, like industry will be more supportive for the research which is close to commercialization. But academia, they have the major focus on the basic research. And basic research is very critical to ensure the innovation and if you want out of the box solution. So I think more clarity, like from industry side, that whether the basic research can be supported under the academia industry collaboration.
No, I think this is a very important question. Why all the basic research happens in the countries like US? Because the amount of money which is being pumped in and the amount of patience, having put that money the government has and the industry is willing to wait for, is there. But here I think in India, the percentage deployment of money and basic research is still very, very less. So I think that needs to increase. So whenever we talk about what is the percentage contribution of money going in basic research activity, we are always scared. Perhaps we need to increase that in a multifold way, then only we'll be able to do it. So as you know, today is an important day and we'll be hopefully touching the moon. So even our head of ISRO is saying that no more frugal engineer rockets will help you. You'll have to have a bigger rocket. So that means we need a bigger amount of money pumped in, then only we will see the real result.
Thank you for sharing your inputs on this. Now we have Shrinderji with us, and I have a lot of questions for you because in last several sessions we have received a lot of suggestions and recommendations that is required to develop a very safe, secure and sustainable EV ecosystem in India. So it will be great if you can share your views on this. So my first question is about, there is a suggestion about data sharing. And we know that this whole EV sector is evolving, and sharing of information and data is very critical. Now we are talking about the implementation of the circular economy into the EV ecosystem, where sharing of data becomes even more critical. But there is a concern what we heard from some of the players, like who will collect the data, where it will be stored, how it will be managed. There is a cost associated with the data, and there is data security issues. So, and I understand that this requires a lot of discussion, understanding before we come up with some solution for this. So one question is like in battery swapping policy, Government of India has proposed the UIN, unique identification number, into the and then and in UK we have seen the concept of battery passport. So how the industry can help in improving the understanding that what kind of data should be stored and how that will be managed and shared among the relevant stakeholders securely.
Thank you. Well, limiting to data question, I think there are three levels here. One is data is money, first of all. So there is no dearth of funding if data is properly handled. Because data is a lot of money, a lot of marketing behind it, a lot of the way it can be used. Only thing is how it is funneled from the marketing funding to the technical and other requirements of data. So that's the first layer. Second is proprietorship of data, like secrecy of data. It's my data, why should I give it? Because it can throw up even negatives out in the ecosystem, or otherwise it becomes non-distinctive to anybody else. So it is a competitive advantage. The third level is base level data, which is required for the whole country to operate at a base level system, is what perhaps we are talking about. So if these three layers have to be seen together, they have to be integrated into one. For example, today, I was just talking to my battery makers. You know, the cell that is made in China or Taiwan, till the time it reaches the battery maker called Exide or whatever, the cells is subjected to so much of rigors, so much of shocks treatment, accidental or otherwise, which is lost in the transit. Because there's no data getting attached to it during the journey of that. So that base level data is required for the safety of battery at a country level. Those cells can misbehave any time after 5 years also. That is totally missing today. So where is the mechanism of that? Which means the country has to find a solution at a country level, because we are talking of big things about battery. PLI is behind that, big money being spent. So along with the money being spent in such schemes, we have to think of data management also as a part of a budget itself. The second level of data obviously is a dynamic data which gets collected everyday basis on the usage of the vehicle, when it is on the road or otherwise. And battery swapping is one part of it, whether it is a UIN or otherwise. That is part of a grassroots solution that has to come during the design and development of the product or a system over here. But then the ownership of that, who will do it, who will drive it, it's not one driver here. Government can catalyze it. Government can create boundaries. Government can say that, okay, within these domains, it is something that you must share, and this is something that is your propriety, you need not share. After that, government has no role. It's a marketplace, after all, the big players. The big players have to get together, how to put their heads together to see to it that there is a uniformity of collection of data and usage of data of a basic level, which is useful for everybody. So limiting to data, that is the question. But I was listening about the academia and research. I was in Delhi University last week talking to young guys and scientists and researchers. And I find there one good suggestion came was that in the Delhi universities, there is no real incubation center, for example. So a physical proximity of an incubation center perhaps is an answer to what academia and industry cooperation is concerned, so that the structural changes can happen at the university level in the courses, and physical proximity of the startups and the youngsters and the entrepreneurs, physical proximity of that in that area can work wonders in an interfacing of industry and academia. I've seen in foreign universities, like Aachen University, last month we were there, 50,000, there are interfaces, students and startups in that university campus. And there are around 3,000 startups which are getting nourished in their university over there. And they're creating beautiful solutions, innovative solutions over there. Why? Because from the first year itself, there is student is also looking at those things happening in front of them. And like he's saying, the money makes the mayor go. There's a lot of investment required in lab equipment and so much infrastructure that is required. That is for the government to see. They have to spend money at the university levels, at the technical level, at a seeding level. Like IIT is a very good example. where Ashok ji has done wonders over there. So many startups have come from there. So why can't we proliferate there at the horizontal level at other universities also? Is a clear example. IIT Delhi is doing quite a bit about it. So there are examples to emulate, to scale up, to look at it and then use them horizontally across the country. It will happen. But today it is happening perhaps randomly. It has to be streamlined. Thank you.
So another connected question is like we are talking about resource efficient transition to EVs, and for that circular economy is very critical. And if we see the reuse and recycling industry, they are one of the lack of understanding, means lack of clarity is around the feasibility of the reuse and recycling business model, because currently we are recycling the lithium batteries from the e-waste, and the black mass we are exporting outside. Basically we are exporting the critical raw material outside the country. So ensuring the feasibility of the reuse and recycling business in India, it's important to have understanding that how they can make the money. And for that, if we design the vehicle or the battery which is reuse friendly, that may add and may help in ensuring some what you can say revenue stream at the later stage.
No, I don't agree because that's too much of asking of a sort of a intense research driven, like redox batteries were being tried at IIT and so many others where you can think of a perpetual use of a battery is out of this game because everybody in the world is trying to elongate the life. But in India, the paradigm here is when we talk of sustainability, recycling or sort of refurbishing or usage, we don't talk of here the sustainability quotient of it, that it's a duty to do. It's economic driven. It's money driven. That's why the kabadiwala comes to home and takes a newspaper. He's not taking care about the paper as such. He's taking care of the money behind it. So unless there is a money, there is no recycling here per se as a responsibility in India per se, I'm saying. Second thing is what is we do reactions. We don't do preactive actions of future potentials available. Recycling is a great future potential. But government, industry, everybody will wait for one day when there is a heap of mountains of waste and then start thinking something about. So there's a time lag here. We have to learn even from countries like China. Why could they start 25 years back, 20 years thinking of electric vehicles? We could not. And then we say we have done wonders here. Basically, there was no integrated thought at that point of time. They looked at future. So they were able to manage mines, minerals everywhere. Get whole world in the grip of electric, knowing future. We did not do it. Similarly, these recycling, what you are saying, refurbishing or other reusage is a great potential money-making machine, but nobody is looking at it from that point of view because it's not today's story. Today it is investments. Some people in industry have to, the deep pocket guys have to think about it. They have to have a risk quotient of taking a limited risk of investing right now for 5 years hence and have confidence in creating a business out of it. It will happen.
Thank you. So now next question I have for Mr. Uday. We have discussed about testing and certification ecosystem, and then we are scaling up on the EV adoption. The requirement of trained manpower and having a service station across the country when we are talking about scaling the EVs into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. How the industry can play in this role in developing the training and manpower training efforts and help, like means here also the collaboration is required with the government. So what kind of action will help in developing the pool of trained manpower, and we have the sufficient ecosystem on place to after sales service of your electric vehicles, and you have trained manpower to handle those things, because we are talking about the safe, secure EV ecosystem.
Look, first of all, I'll tell everybody, and I said this before, Swinderji, you know this well, you've been in this journey with us, and obviously Lohiaji, and I'm sure Dr. Rashi. Rome wasn't built in one day, and we're not going to build it here. There's no chance, right? I also don't think, I think the Chinese, I just want to touch on the point, the Chinese were forward thinking on electrification. I'm an old commodity hedge fund manager from the US and Europe. Controlling that commodity was a long-term view, right? There was a lot of reasons of why the Chinese are ahead of everybody else. But what I want to come back to is, I don't think, this can happen with Uncle Joe can do it in the US. We can have it in Sunak can do that in the UK and in Germany, Deutschland, But in India, if you're going to wait for the handout from the government, I think you're going to wait in line for a long time. And I think Srinderji, we have been in this game and we know that I think a public-private partnership is important. I'm going to answer your question, but what I'm going to say is if you want to build a business, at least in this country, and from what I have learned in the last 8-9 years, and I've learned it in a hard way. I spent enough time from looking from Europe and America's eyes because I spent too much time there, is that you've got to build a business which is sustainable without government handout. If they give you a handout, man, you're lucky, right? And if they pay you on time, you're even more lucky. But I think you've got to build a business. It's not going to be, like in the United States where Uncle Joe is going to write you big checks because you're in the battery space or in the EV space. We've got to stop thinking, unfortunately, we've got to stop thinking from the European and the American eyes. We've got to look at from here. And I think the government will help you. I think, if you see with what the FAME policies or the PLI schemes were great. I think it will take time. So I think build a business, in my view, without a handout. And if the handout comes, great. You're lucky and it's great, right? Coming back to, I think the biggest problem all of us face is, I'll give you an example. I hire people and they learn for 6 months and now they're EV experts and somebody else will lift them, right? I mean, it is a nightmare because what we're doing is the growth of what is happening in the industry. We've got ICE players who don't understand this business. They don't understand batteries and they don't understand powertrains. And this is different skill. And it requires a change of mentality. So there are people with experience, but I think we need to retrain. And for retraining, I think our universities, unfortunately, I don't want from the IITs or the technical level, people coming up just, I see the grades of all these young men and women just because ratta maar ke pad ke sab seekh liya. It's not possible. You've got to have, you've got to be able to have that skill. So I think the programs have to be IITs producing some significant, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, I'm going to work on something, I'm going to announce something soon on actual, with a university, on a technical program where they can go and learn, okay, with OSM. And then everybody can join in that party. But my point is that we have to put education for what works in today's world. Don't have a schedule that worked during the British times, right? I think that doesn't work anymore. I think also we need not just, like what works in Deutschland, you've got to have technical players, right? We don't all have to have PhDs and master's degree. A good technician or a good engineer and a good man or woman who can understand that. We've got the youngest population in the world. I think we can do this. So I think, if Sundar Pichai or half of those CEOs in the Silicon Valley are Indian, I think we got them here. We give them an opportunity to build, right? And I think universities got to be able to build a public partnership. I think whether it's Hero Electric or whether it is, I would say, Lohia Ji at Lohia Electric or whoever, we've got to encourage a university program where we can provide internships, we can learn, and they can learn. And I think, especially in battery tech, especially in powertrains, and a lot of new tech that is telemetrics, there are a lot of opportunities here in software.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Ayush. So we discussed about the data and one of the concern what we saw during the discussion, like we are importing all the components from out, especially from the battery, and we don't have control that what kind of process and what kind of quality check has been used to ensure the safety of that. So in that scenario, when we are import dependence for all these components, how we can make sure with this scenario that we do the testing and analysis at the initial stage of when we are getting this component and making sure that this data is shared within the country to ensure the safe component used in the EVs, especially in battery.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Great to be here. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to be here on this panel. Coming back to your question, so there are two separate things we need to differentiate. One is data sharing, and the other thing is the critical information as far as the industry requires. They both are two different things. When we talk about any business house, they do have some critical information which no one wants to share. They want to keep it to themselves. They want to capitalize on themselves and explore and expand on that information. So no one will like to share that information. Coming back to the supply chain, the component parts, development and everything, again, it depends on a scenario, country to country, where, a country like China, where Mr. Uday has also mentioned, like they first install the capacities and then they intend to sell. But here in a country like India, where we explore opportunities first from a business perspective, and then the economy of scale comes in. So if you look from that perspective, we need to be ahead on those areas where the economy is moving ahead and where we as a country want to go ahead. As we all know, our Prime Minister has already signed an agreement known as Paris Agreement in 2070, where we have to cut down our carbon emissions. And for that, electric vehicle will play a very important role. And apart from electric vehicle, renewable energy is the second biggest area which can reduce those emissions. So if we want to work on that, localization is a must. And this was the need, even I think Mr. Gill will remember that when we had a meeting with the Petroleum Ministry, at that point of time we have raised this question, why not Ministry of Petroleum put up a battery cell manufacturing plant? But it was completely no from their side, because they say that the industry is still maturing, it's too early to do that. But if we want to lead something, we want to lead at a national, at a global level, we need to be a first mover advantage. Generally, we can do that. If you see the scenario, it has only happened in one sector in India. We are able to meet that generation, was the IT sector, where commercialization, because it was all manpower driven, there was no technology which has to be imported, it was all learning based. And as mentioned, like we have best, like Silicon Valley, we have 25 CEOs headed by Indian community as a CEO over there. So we can see that we have brain for that. But when it comes to manufacturing capabilities, we need to have the technology, we need to have the manufacturing capability and the supply chain. So all these things are required. Then only we can lead any industry or to a next global level. We just in last 2 years, 1 year, we have seen that we have lithium reserves. I don't think so. Those lithium reserves have just popped up in India. It was there, but no one has even taken a lead that they can identify the reserves and start exploring. Those reserves will take minimum 4 to 5 years to get into commercialization stage, minimum. It can go up to even 10 years. So if you have to lead that kind of scenario, you have to be proactive in nature, make sure that you touch base on each and every aspect of it, and ensure that you deliver on that aspect. For that, you need long-term policies, which is again missing. We have always seen in last 2 years that our policy, whether it's related to safety for the vehicle, whether it's the test-related policies, everything happens on a very short notice, which doesn't happen at least in automotive industry. If you see, when it comes to IC vehicle, we have a policy which has been mandated at least 3 to 5 years before. That's why we have come up with migration and adoption of a better technology, low emission standards. You need time to reach to that level, and innovation always happens. You can't say this is the best. We will only happen once we have this level of completion which has happened. It has to be evolving. That's what we see in every sector. Whether you talk about defense, whether you talk about IC vehicles, whether you talk about infrastructure, whether you talk about solar panel, renewable energy, everywhere. The evolution happens, and that happens on the basis of how the industry, the academia, the government, how they foresee next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, where we want to be we want to reach our target. So that's how it need to be evolved over a period of time.
Thank you. Mr. Ayush, now Dr. Rashi, I have two questions for you. One, we understand, like Mr. Ayush also mentioned, that if you are getting a cells from outside and the companies will be knowing the its technical information, but it's quite difficult to share externally. So what do you think the role of regulation related to battery durability requirement that will ensure the confidence in the consumer that my battery will last for this much time, that surety will come out? And okay, so you can answer this, then I will ask the second question.
Okay. So now this is a little difficult question that you've asked me, but the point is, I agree with what Suhendra Gilji said and what my co-panelist Mr. Loya just said. See, what we need to do is have something as a common minimum standard. I would still use the word standard here. And once we have that, we need to know what is required from us. Today, it's quite hazy. It's really quite hazy to understand what is a supplier needed. We all want data. We know it's the next diamond mine, not just the gold mine, it's the next diamond mine. So first let us define what is required. Once we have that definition, then we can go back to wherever we are sourcing it from, wherever. I'm not going to name anything. Wherever we are going back and ask them, okay, A, B, C, D, these are the things I need. And then have very robust testing infrastructure, maybe self-certified, maybe third-party tested, maybe lab tested, and then have some mandate to publish this data, which is one method I perceive that can give confidence to people. Blockchain is doing that with the battery passport. Yes, there is an effort to do that. But with the cyber issues that we're all anticipating, we've still not had a cyber crime in the battery, but we're anticipating that. So we need to close all the loopholes. We need to have a mechanism which is inclusive. At the moment, all the energy is dispersed. We need to come and focus onto a point to create a system which is inclusive. Today, it is not inclusive. Once we create a system that is inclusive, which we know what we want. At the moment, we just know that I want something. How? We need to answer all the WH questions. We haven't answered the WH questions. When we try and do that, and we keep it more consumer-oriented rather than industry-oriented. I know that the industry is still growing, we are still nascent. But if India has to become the hub, the superpower, we have to have our definitions clear. And who decides the definitions? And now there will be a question to me following up this, that if I ask for data, it's going to be expensive. I mean, yesterday also there was this discussion that who is willing to pay for it? It's the value proposition that we have to create and not the capital proposition. Till date, we have been driving the industries, the governments, all based on a capital proposition. But now time is changing. We need to create more value propositions from all aspects and all angles. See, we are at a climate emergency now, and we're going to still fight on whether I need this or I don't need this, or whether I need a policy, whether I need EVs. EVs are going to be at the heart of the ecosystem or not. That's no more the question. We are at a climate emergency now, and if we do not tackle this today, it's a now or never situation.
Connected question I have with this, like we have to ensure that we are doing the resource efficient transition.
Absolutely.
And for that we need a circular economy that is very critical. And we know that the kind of situation we have about the recycling, and we are talking about the mines and extraction of raw material, critical raw materials and all these things. But we already have this critical material in urban mine. So, and we have the companies who are claiming to have the technology to recover battery grade materials from this black mass recovered from recycling.
Yes.
So what can be done to make sure that, I understand we need active material manufacturing to ensure business for the recyclers, but what kind of intervention you think or discussion need to be done so that we are doing the vertical integration of the whole supply chain?
Again, first we need to reduce. We have mined enough. Enough. We need to reduce, we need to reuse, we need to recycle. And if we don't do it now, again, we are late. We are all talking of 2030s and we're talking of having 30% EVs, or maybe we could even overshoot because we went ahead with our Paris climate commitments as well. We might even go ahead with overshooting our EV commitments as well. Quite possible. Because India is very unique. And India is a very diverse land. So we think very differently. What we need now is to reduce, reuse, and recycle. I'm repeating this. And we need to have a very robust recycling and reuse policy. We need to have recycling and reuse standards come in place. And we need a mechanism a financial mechanism more so, because it is a liability model as of today, and we need to have an asset model when we come to recycling and reuse. See, India is a country where, you have to have a value attached to everything that you do. If there is no value, you want to add in?
Doctor, what I want to say to you is that I totally appreciate what you're saying, but at the end of the day, and I'm going to take the last point of yours, it has to work for that man or woman in tier 2, 3, 4 cities economically. Exactly. Only then. I think what works in Paris or what works in New York is different from what's here. And economics has to work, doctor, in my view.
That's what I said. We need a financial innovation. We are a unique country. We are like no other country. We are very special. And our histories and cultures are different. The way we use things are different. Our attitudes are different. And what we need to create is a value proposition today. If we continue to recycle, reuse, and reduce, that is the only time we will achieve 100% success with the EV ecosystem. See, and if I don't start building the recycling and reuse infrastructure now, by the time I have enough, see, it's a chicken and egg loop, everyone keeps thinking that there's still not enough batteries to reuse and recycle. What do I do putting up such a big an infrastructure and investment? Who's going to pay for it? But if I don't start now, I am not going to achieve it when I have the mass. A planning and a flawless execution is required ahead of time to actually battle when it comes, when the time comes. Second is in terms of reuse and recycling, what we need, a very alarming statistics which I mentioned yesterday also and even today, that 90% of the batteries that are going for recycling and reuse for purposes are in warranty, which is very, very alarming. So I connect this with the previous question's answer that you've asked me. Traceability is extremely important. Accountability is another important aspect, that if you don't have traceability and accountability and the right skills and the right framework for this, we are not in a position to achieve the 2030 goal. But at the same time, I believe, and I'm very sure that we might even exceed those goals because we have a very proactive government. We are actually in a very nice space because we are a developing nation. And I'm very happy about it because we are not rigid, we are very flexible, we can still include, we can still learn, and we may not make the mistakes that the others have made. Or we may not make the mistakes in the past with the other kind of
Doctor, but we need a government policy, and this is something that I think the government is doing fantastic work.
Yes.
But what as a businessman, and I think you must feel it.
I want to come to that.
Yeah, we have to have a consistent policy. We can't be like this. This is what's hurting business. Yeah?
No, what I want to say is, our Prime Minister is extremely visionary, and I love the vision of one sun, one world, and one grid, okay? Now, I'm going to add something which is different here. You might agree, you might not agree, but this is something that I feel we can have is one nation, one sustainable, inclusive, reliable, regulated, organized, and a standardized policy for the EV sector. If we can do that, I know my fellow mates here would still laugh and see. It will come.
It is only possible with one ministry. You can't have 7 different ministries to handle that scenario.
That's my next thing that I'm coming to, that what
Without-
we need is one single window and one single ministry's door. Whether it is standardization, whether it is building a policy, please rest it with one ministry and take inputs from everyone, but let there be one voice. We cannot have multiple voices when you talk of standardization. We cannot do that. So if we can come to that, focusing on skill development.
Let me try to interject now here,
Okay,
because
please.
automobile industry contribute more than 7% to GDP. For the last 2 decades, we have been asking that can there be automobile ministry, or could there be a ministry, single ministry governing the automobile industry needs. So that has not happened. So asking for EV related, there one ministry, I think it's a distant dream and we should
No,
not
it's not a
attempt that.
distress dream. I will strongly disagree, sir. It's not a
As I
distress dream.
explained that,
Times are changing. No, times are changing.
As I explained,
Emergencies are changing.
Yeah, yesterday I explained that transportation is in a concurrent list of constitution. So therefore, state has a different role to play and center has a different role to play. So I think we need to be realistic on our expectation.
So Kunalji, I have one question for you. Like since in several sessions we have discussed that how we develop the safe EV ecosystem, what need to be done. But whatever safe system you develop, there is a chance of failure, and we need to prepare to handle these things. And we are now we are seeing that charging infrastructure is emerging into the enclosed buildings. We are talking about developing charging infra in the malls and other places. So your view is that what we are doing to train the manpower or create a capacity building exercise, that if there is an emergency, we are ready enough and we have the preparedness to deal with that if any mishap is happening.
Well, again, a part of this I can relate to with the work that I do, and part of it I can't, but I have found some of the answers in some of the issues that he was talking about, academia, and Mr. Sohinder was talking about how this incubation, if it can happen, then it can train people as they come out of our colleges and universities to be ready to contribute to this sector and work in this sector. So I think I'll leave that human resource part to that. Of course, as cities, whether city governments can drive internship, apprenticeship opportunities for people to work on city level infrastructure, that is something that cities can look at. And that is something we have been driving. Over the last 3-4 years, we've actually been able to, in different fields, offer more than 10,000 internship opportunities to various youth on city level infrastructure projects. And we could easily scale that up into this sector to make more people ready as they are going through college, work with the city to understand how the city is rolling out EV infrastructure and all. So that part can be done. The other part is to make things safe. There is something called the building bylaws, the planning regulations, the codes, etc., which are developed in the city, which city governments champion, wherein specific standards and benchmarks and regulations can be put in place which will take care of safety and security. But once again, they are currently in a very nascent stage. They are developing, so maybe version 1 and then subsequently you learn from your mistakes and make version 2. It has to be evolving and it has to work with the industry and academia to understand the trends that are emerging, and then they get adopted in the codes and vice versa.
Thank you. So let me, with this, we'll close this panel discussion. Let me thank all the experts for sharing their views. And in this panel, we tried to ask the pinpoint question that we received during the discussion today, and yesterday we had a discussion. So instead of going into the traditional discussion of giving background and asking in the flow, we just pinpoint question we asked that this is the suggestion we received. So we try to discuss that how to do this. We are discussing that this need to be done, but how to do it. So we'll be summarizing all the suggestions and we'll be presenting sharing with all of you. And we are planning to have a series of engagement at the national and sub-national level to make sure that together we are making the safe EV ecosystem in India, and we are setting the benchmark for the global community. Thank you so much for joining us.
Also just wanted to let you know that it is not going to be just one of the things that this year we'll have the series of things happening in the next 3 years, so that we progress continuously and report the progress what has been done so far. So thank you very much for your inputs, and please look forward for the reports which are going to talk about what we have done and what we are looking forward to do. Thank you. And a group photograph, please. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the panel discussion on setting global benchmark for EV infrastructure in India. A big thank you to the panelists who engaged in thought-provoking discussion. Your insights were truly enlightening and have contributed to a deeper understanding of the critical topic. We also want to acknowledge Mr. Praveen of WRI India for his skillful moderation that kept the conversation engaging and informative. We are almost in the last and the most important leg of our session today. To begin, I would like to invite Mr. V. Manjunath on stage from UL Solutions and Engagements to provide a report of the conference to us.
Thank you, Ashima. I will not take too much time because I think Minister has already arrived or he is coming in. Probably, first of all, I would like to thank all of you being there last 16 hours I think we have spent together. Thank you very much for that. And just to summarize quickly, I think the only key points which I would like to bring up is the skill development, which has been talked about so much that we need to have the skill at every stage. Thank you very much for those inputs, right from, say, designing, the need for right set of skilled engineers being available for us to make this EV safer. We would definitely look that as one of the important takeaway for us, and see how all of us together can evolve an action plan. And as I said again, at the end of or in the beginning of August 2024, when we would all meet here, we would come back to every one of you with the success stories which has been achieved together collaboratively. Then next came was one of the important thing is the sustainability. For the sustainability, the data, need for the data, how do we have the data repository being created? The traceability is one of the important factor which has been identified, which we need to really bring up. Again, this is one other task which we would like to say, yes, we need to have, and how do we go forward in doing this? Again, a task force should be formed. This report I'll be sharing, and we would be asking for the volunteers. Last but not the least is not just having the standards. Yes, standards are important. We should look at the standards. We should make those standards which are India relevant, which addresses the Indian conditions, which is the most important factor for us to consider. However, standard being just made is not sufficient enough. We should have a right system, the quality ecosystem should be developed for ensuring that the EVs are safer, a safer ecosystem for EVs are developed. So I think these are the main takeaways for us, However, there is going to be a detailed report which would be submitted to all of you for your valuable contribution and active participation in evolving the results. And I look forward for all of you to actively participate and be the part of this success story which we are going to write. And next year we will come with the new subject, which is, I mean, it's not that we're going to end up with two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and small four-wheelers. We'll definitely look forward to have what is left from 23 between 24. We'll take a portion, probably, I'm sure with the collaboration of all of you, we would be able to have at least the 80%, because the 80-20 rule definitely applies. I think only 20% of which is not required, maybe left rest of the higher priority things we would be completing. And next year we'll take up the trucks, large trucks and the buses, those one as the topic for us to see how we can make those safer. And in the year 2025, we look forward to talking about the emerging technologies. Probably it could be the fuel cells, the hydrogen. However, we need to really see how things shape up, and based on that, we should be able to come together again to discuss collaboratively, having an action plan, and make sure that we just don't come, talk, and go. We are part of the solution. That is what we are looking at. Thank you very much for your active participation. And I would definitely like to thank you for all your contribution. You also as the panelists, not just the delegates, giving your contribution through the breakout session. Thank you very much. And Ashima, I just would like to correct, I am part of the UL Standards and Engagement, not UL Solutions and Engagement. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your excitement for another 5 minutes. We have the ambassador and the minister arriving shortly.
Keep the excitement on. We are more excited to say that Chandrayaan is going to land. So we would like to have the live streaming on there till the minister and the ambassador comes. Please have the live on. It's going to be a momentous day, momentous time for us. I'm so excited it is happening on this day at this time, when our conference is also coming with an action plan for us to make the EV safer. While some in the morning it was saying we are having the largest EV which is there and which is going to land on moon. Thank you very much.
इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान-1 अक्टूबर 2008 में PSLV धन्यवाद आरुषि। अगर मैं सही मायने में कहूं तो अंतरिक्ष का कोई भी मिशन हो और चाहे किसी भी देश के द्वारा संचालित किया जा रहा हो, इसरो मिशन के निश्चितता और अनिश्चितता के बीच बहुत ही महीन अंतर होता है, जिससे कि एक मिशन सफल या असफल होता है। लेकिन ना हम थके ना हम हारे। हमने पिछली कमियों को सुधारते हुए आज पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त किया है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल निश्चित तौर पे चंद्रमा के सतह पर सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। सभी दर्शकों के जानकारी के लिए अब हम इसरो के अब तक के सभी लूनर मिशंस को संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हाँ, इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान-1 अक्टूबर 2008 में PSLV रॉकेट के द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था। चंद्रयान-1 ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर पानी की खोज करके पहले ही इतिहास रच चुका है। यही कारण है कि आजकल विश्व के तमाम अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिक और स्पेस एजेंसियां चंद्रमा को और करीब से जानने के लिए उत्सुक दिख रही हैं। अगर हम बात करें चंद्रयान 2 की, जो इसरो का दूसरा मिशन है, जुलाई 2019 में इसरो के सबसे ताकतवर रॉकेट LVM-3 द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था और आज भी लगभग 4 साल बाद यह चंद्रमा के 100 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में घूमते हुए बहुत ही उत्तम क्वालिटी का डेटा प्रदान कर रहा है। मिशन के प्रारंभ में इसकी आयु 1 साल निर्धारित की गई थी, परंतु LVM-3 द्वारा बहुत ही सटीक इंजेक्शन और मिशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से
Put your hands together for His Excellency Ambassador Eric Garcetti, the US Ambassador to India. Please. Please come to the desk. Good. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Our Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways is on his way, and we will begin shortly. I would also like to welcome on stage our Principal Commercial Officer for the US Department of Commerce, Ms. Kerry Arun. Dr. David Steele, Executive Director, ULSE. And Mr. Prashant Banerjee from SIAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
Thank you. Namaste.
Please be seated. Dignitaries, we would now like to invite a very special person to present a very special address to the audience. He is a committed public servant, an educator, and a diplomat. He has served as the youngest mayor of the city of Los Angeles and is now serving as the 26th United States Ambassador to India. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Ambassador Eric Garcetti.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone, and wonderful to be here, not only with my distinguished fellow panelists up here, but with all of you in this historic moment. And let me start by thanking Minister Gadkari. You have the job that I love, because I was mayor of Los Angeles for 9.5 years. And while I had to run a port and an airport, oversee a police department and fire department, libraries, my passion was roads. My passion was infrastructure, making things smoother, making things work. And I know that you are the king of the road here in India. And so it is wonderful to be with you, Secretary Jain, of course, to be with Director General Tidwari, David Steele, who is an international and global leader, and to be part of a mission that can't wait to take to the next level the work that we can do together at a convening like this. And to come to this joint interactive session on electric vehicle standards, that may sound like the driest topic of any meeting you've ever been to. But for those of us that are actually working on this, it may be the most important meeting of our lifetime. Now, that may sound like a lot to you, but we're in the midst of a revolution in the way that we move, in the way that we power movement, and we're facing the greatest crisis of our lifetime with climate change. India feels this with the heat. We see this in my own hometown of Los Angeles, where heat waves cause people to die, often the poor, the elderly, those who live in communities that can't afford air conditioning. So what we are doing is not just about engineering. It's not just about cars. It's not about just electricity. It's about human beings and making their lives better through the work we can do to bring standards that will accelerate this transformation and this revolution. And thank you to UL Standards and Engagement for partnering with the United States Foreign Commercial Service, a part of our United States Department of Commerce, to organize this event. And we couldn't be more excited to do this with our partners in Government of India. Never before have the United States and India been closer. I just came from a meeting with the director of the G20, and he was the former ambassador to the United States, Harsh Shringla. And he was saying, even 3 or 4 years ago, when we thought this relationship was at the highest heights we'd ever seen, we now look down at that, knowing that this moment in 2023 is an unprecedented year. In fact, Prime Minister Modi and President Biden will see each other 5 or 6 times face-to-face this year alone, and we can't wait for our president to join us in 16 days, but who's counting, right here in New Delhi. By the way, if you don't have to be here in G20, it's a perfect time to leave for vacation, so get on out of here. But we are seeing the global electric car market grow with unprecedented growth in recent years. It's something that India is leading on and that America wants to partner with India on. So I guess the question is, where are we driving to? If you'll allow me personal indulgence, let me roll back the clock 25 years ago. 25 years ago, I was fresh out of school, had my first job teaching as a professor, and I decided to get my first car as an adult. And this was the first time I was going to pay for a car, and I looked at all the options out there. And there was a brand new car being made by General Motors called the EV1, Electric Vehicle One. The year was 1998. It had come out in 1997. And I figured out you couldn't buy it, you could only lease it. It looked like a strange bubble. And in Los Angeles, you can drive a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or a Mercedes, and everybody has one. But nobody had an EV1. To have an electric car in what many people call the city that is the car capital of the world, I looked at the rates, it was affordable, and I signed up. And I was delivered the first electric vehicle I ever drove in my lifetime. A charger was installed in my garage, and my now wife and I started driving this thing. And for anybody is anybody here never driven an electric car? It's okay if you've not. Okay, so we've got 1 or 2 that are left. We'll sign you up soon. The rest of us who have had this experience know the moment you drive an electric car, you will never drive anything else. The delay of an internal combustion engine, the 20,000 parts that you don't have by having an internal combustion engine that can break and that you have to repair are gone. It's almost like you think of accelerating and you've already accelerated. It's the most joyful experience. And when I saw my bill for the electricity per mile, it was 90% less the price then to drive an electric car than it was to have a gas-fueled car. Now, that story didn't end happily. A few years later, General Motors said electric cars will never work. They took our cars. We begged them to buy them. They said no, and they took them, crushed them, and destroyed them. We actually had a funeral for our cars that's in a movie called Who Killed the Electric Car? And I'm in it as a council member in Los Angeles, where I gave a speech in front of a grave with my car saying we couldn't understand why this car was dying. But as you cut some 20 years later, those who believed in this were right. And I believe that India is leading the way, together with the United States, to saying we can move better, cleaner, cheaper through the future. And here in India, by setting ambitious targets to your share of electric vehicles by 2030, commercial vehicles, personal vehicles, buses, and of course, trucks, you are setting a bar that is very high, but if I know one thing about India, you will hit that bar and maybe even surpass it. Here we are in front of, as you were watching, just minutes away from what I hope will be a successful landing for India, a historic moment. But we know, as we've seen in past attempts, We have to fail forward. We have to try and be brave. We have to swing, as we say, because we use baseball, for the fences. Here, we have to try for a 6. We have to see whether or not we can do things nobody else thinks is possible. And as the 5th largest automobile market in the world today, and soon you'll be 4th and 3rd, and one day soon 2nd, India has tremendous influence on the global journey as well. So finding our harmonized standards, seamless integration, that EV1 used inductive charging paddle, which was convenient but not very efficient. Now we own an electric car at home in Los Angeles that uses conductive charging, and we've seen that the standardization is critical. For a driver who's looking for a charger, but that charger doesn't fit her car, that may mean the difference of whether they stay with an electric car and how quickly we can clean up the environment. This can accelerate cross-border trade, innovation, investments, create a level playing field for all companies together. And India can use these standards to fuel its own journey towards its ambitious EV goals as well. And cooperating together with the United States, you've seen our own conflict of different car companies looking at different standards. We're working this out as well. But collaboration in developing standards will empower Indian manufacturers to innovate, produce cutting-edge vehicles, and enhance the overall safety and quality of the EV ecosystem. So there's a lot at stake, and we're on this journey together. For a long time, the United States and India were in 2 cars, but now we're in the car together. We saw that car stop when Prime Minister Modi came for his historic state visit in Washington. You'll see the 2 of them make another stop on that highway here at G20 when we elevate even more what we are doing together. But I know that even though we don't know the exact destination that we will hit, we are driving together on that same road. And so thank you for your unwavering dedication to this important cause. We've got a long road ahead, so let's get driving and let's get charging. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Garcetti, for sharing your insights and interest for continued collaboration between India and the US in the EV ecosystem. The two countries can truly learn from each other and make EVs a huge success. We would now like to welcome the most important person of the evening, the one who needs no introduction. He's the longest serving cabinet minister for road transport and highways, who is known for his strong leadership for the development of roads, highways, flyovers, expressways, and other road infrastructure in India. He's a strong advocate of electric vehicles and is popularly also known as the Expressway Man of India. Please give a huge round of applause for our Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
Honorable Ambassador Mr. Eric Garcetti, Dr. David Steele, Executive Director, UL Standards and Engagements, Mr. Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Mr. Prashant Banerjee, ED, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, distinguished dignitaries, diplomats, colleagues from industry, invitees, and dear friends. Indian automobile industry is one of the important industry in the country. This industry contributes in the growth of Indian economy. The role of industry's role is very important. Today, we are the 3rd largest passenger vehicle market in the world and already surpassing Japan. That is to be most important thing, because when Modi ji taken charge as a Prime Minister and I have taken charge as a Minister, our number was 7th. But today our number is 3rd and we have just surpassed Japan. That is to be one of the success story for Indian automobile industry. One of the largest employers, biggest exporter, and biggest tax-paying sector to the Indian government. Growth rate of vehicles is 9.91% and size of auto industry is $150 billion US. The export is $35.7 billion US and overall GDP contribution 6.5%.
and manufacturing GDP 49%. The sixth largest manufacturer of commercial vehicles and largest manufacturer of two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and employment 40 million direct and indirect jobs created by this industry. 20.25% growth in automobile industry is expected, and aim to make Indian auto industry number one. Now presently, the China is number one, US is number two, and India is number third. But our target is to make Indian automobile industry to number one, and that is to be a big challenge accepted by the industry, and we are working on this proposal day and night. The most important thing in Indian situation is the pollution. Because of the pollution, we are facing a lot of crucial problems. The transportation industry in India, road transport, 40% of emissions of CO2 is because of transport. And transportation industry, 330 million metric tons of CO2 emissions every year. And that is to be a big problem, and the Delhi people knows that what type of pollution problem they are facing. As a road minister, I am spending 65,000 crore on only resolve the problem of air pollution and traffic jam in Delhi. So this is a very crucial problem, and that is one of the big challenge for the country. The current transport sector, we have import of 85% of fossil fuel. We are dependent, and that is to be not only, this is an economic problem, but at the same time, pollution point of view, it is a big problem. From 2004, I am working with the very good mission that diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector. In the USA, you are making ethanol from corn. Now in India, we are making ethanol from sugarcane juice, molasses, C molasses, B molasses. We are making ethanol from broken rice, food grains, and corn now. And even we have got the project in Assam, where we are making ethanol from bamboo. And even in Panipat, the Indian Oil has already started the project making of bioethanol from rice straw, 1 lakh liter per day. And previously it was planned for making 150 ton of bio-bitumen per day, but now they are changing. They will make bio-aviation fuel for using for aircrafts. And now this is to be a big challenge, and we are working on that. We have just successfully experienced about taking SpiceJet flight from Dehradun to Delhi by using 50% bio-aviation fuel. And just we have successfully implemented taking Vistara flight by using 50% bio-aviation fuel. So this is a very important thing, because this is the time that we need to face the problem because of air pollution. That is because of lot of health problem we are facing. So this is the time that how we can reduce the air pollution and how we can make our economy strong. That is to be a big challenge. I have got my hydrogen car with me. So we are also in the mission of making hydrogen, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, electric. Just 2 months before in Bangalore, I got appointed to launch the first pilot project in the country using 20% methanol in bus transport, Karnataka transport. We are using the buses where we use this 20% methanol in diesel. The Ashok Leyland, the Indian company, has already launched their truck on 100% methanol. And in Assam Petroleum, in the country, we have already produced 600 ton of methanol per day. So we are trying our level best. Somewhere we can use ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG. I am the president of the association where 135 projects are in the process who are making bio-CNG and bio-LNG from rice straw, biomass. And in India, my first tractor is converted into bio-CNG, where the 1 lakh rupees saving, because of bio-CNG there is no pollution, very less pollution. At the same time, at 29 August, I'm going to launch the first flex engine car of Toyota on 100% bioethanol. Now, the petrol rate is 120 rupees per liter and ethanol rate is 60 rupees per liter. You remember the name of car is Camry, where they are using 100% petrol, by which they will get 40% electricity from that. On the same model, there will be ethanol, 100%, and by which that 40% of electricity will be there. And as far as the average mileage is concerned, it is to be coming 15 to 20 rupees per liter. So that is to be a great thing. I feel that this is one of the important things for the Indian society, that the way in which we are trying to reduce the pollution, it is to be a remarkable thing. As the carbon neutral country by 2070, that is the mission of our Prime Minister. And for that reason, definitely the electric mobility is very important. But we are not making only electric car. At 7 o'clock today in my house, we have a meeting with Tata. And my idea is making electric highway from Delhi to Jaipur. I am telling you that after coming from Punjab, and it is just with me, I am happy to share that Chandrayaan has just landed on the moon. It is really a great thing. Thank you.
जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का ये क्षण 140 करोड़ धड़कनों के सामर्थ्य का है। ये क्षण भारत में नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास, नई चेतना का है। ये क्षण उदयमान भाग्य के आह्वान का है। अमृत काल की प्रथम प्रभा में सफलता की ये अमृत वर्षा हुई है। हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया। और हमारे वैज्ञानिक साथियों ने भी कहा, इंडिया इज नाउ ऑन द मून। आज हम अंतरिक्ष में नए भारत की नई उड़ान के साक्षी बने हैं। साथियों, मैं इस समय ब्रिक्स समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए दक्षिण अफ्रीका में हूं, लेकिन हर देशवासी की तरह मेरा मन चंद्रयान महाअभियान पर भी लगा हुआ था। नया इतिहास बनते ही हर भारतीय जश्न में डूब गया है। हर घर में उत्सव शुरू हो गया है। हृदय से मैं भी अपने देशवासियों के साथ, अपने परिवारजनों के साथ इस उमंग और उल्लास से जुड़ा हुआ हूं। मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और
धीरे लैंडर की वेगबान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं।
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
Many, many wishes to the Honorable Prime Minister, and I congratulate all our scientists at ISRO for making us proud. I am really happy, and today I am giving my special best wishes to all the scientists who are working day and night for the mission. Thank you. In India, we have 3 million EVs registered in India. 300% rise in EV sales in 2022. 400 plus startups in EV industry, electric two-wheelers, are doing excellent jobs. Expected annual growth rate 2020-30, 50%. And India's EV market is expected to grow to 10 million unit annual sales by 2030 and create 50 million jobs. Indian EV market potential is $266 billion by 2030 across entire EV landscape. Estimated EV finance market size is $50 billion in 2030. The most important thing is, it is with the lithium ion. The life cycle cost of lithium is now $115 kilowatt per hour. Ideal life cycle cost is $100 kilowatt per hour, and we are now expecting that in due course of time we will achieve that goal, and at that time the cost of the petrol vehicle and electric vehicle will be the same. Regarding PLI of $3 billion for manufacturing of advanced chemistry cell battery storage, that is very important. PLI of $3.5 billion for battery operated and hydrogen fuel cell EV technologies, and reduction in custom duty on lithium ion batteries from 21% to 13%, EV would become more cheaper. Boosting alternative chemistry research on sodium ion, zinc ion and aluminum air by IOCL for 50 km range is successfully doing excellent job. Today we are expecting as early as possible commercially it is going to be used for the industry. The EV safety standards in India is very important. Big success story for India. 30 fire incidents involving E2W in 3 years. That was a big problem with me. Everyone was complaining the atmosphere was not good. People was talking against e-vehicle, and that was the atmosphere at that time. We appointed an expert committee. An expert committee from DRDO, ISRO, IITs was constituted to look into the matter. Upon their observation and suggestion, the battery safety standards AIS-156 and AIS-038 were successfully revised. No EV fire incidents since. After that, there is no incidents. Alignment with global level regulations defined superior standards in 5 tests that can be improved quality, storage and handling of cells. The test battery of all levels, cell, modules and battery pack and battery system, subsystem and the entire vehicle is today in a good position. The US-India support for Indian EV segment is very important, because no doubt, as it may be hydrogen, green hydrogen, it may be electric, the US research is very, very ahead. And there are a lot of potential, and we already have understanding, and that is very important for both the countries. The economic ties, $191 billion trade in 2022, and 2022, US invested $1 billion in Indian EV companies. The advantage of Indian EV market, that early stage EV market with high growth potential, pro EV incentives, potential for technology transfer and standards harmonization, and major US investor includes Rivian Automotive, Lucid Motors, Fisker Industries, and potential discussion with Tesla is also going on. The Clean Energy Partnership launched in 2020. And clean energy is a mission for India. At the same time, we have taken a lot of help from USA. We are on the both agenda is same, and that is to be very important thing. Focus on accelerating hydrogen and EVs is a very important thing for Indian situation. And already we are working on hydrogen also. Our Indian company Ashok Leyland and Tata, in their IC engine, they can use hydrogen directly. Now in the construction equipment industry also, the Volvo and many manufacturers, they are making a lot of their machinery on EV, electric and hydrogen. And that is to be very important as far as the cost is concerned and as far as the pollution is concerned. The prospect for us investment in EV ecosystem of India, the US companies welcome to set up manufacturing facility for entire EV segment in India, set up a battery manufacturing plant in India, technology transfer for batteries, motors and charging infrastructure, wider participation through PPP model for development of charging infrastructure. Even we have a lot of problem, just I have pursued the matter to the Commerce Ministry regarding filling station for hydrogen. We have just standardize the essential parameter for hydrogen stations, and where also we need your help. There is a huge potential in India for that. 670 wayside amenities in NHI we are making, and there is drone port is there, heliport is there, the charging station, then gas station, CNG, LNG, petrol, diesel, electric, everything will be there. So we have already started working 170 roadside amenities. So there is a huge potential that is with my ministry, that there is a huge potential for investment for charging station. We are making electric highway to Delhi, Jaipur, Bangalore, Mysore, and now in my own city in Nagpur, we are in the process of making a 50 kilometer of electric highway. Now what is the problem? For purchasing EV bus in India, the cost is more than 1 crore, 1 crore 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs. And for double trolley bus, it can go to only 50 lakhs. So we can reduce the cost of tickets by 30% and giving good facility and comfort to the people. And electric highway from Delhi to Jaipur, presently it takes something 4 to 5 hours. But by our express highway Delhi-Mumbai, which is going to Jaipur, we can make it 2.5 hours, and it can be a great thing for the people, and we want to start electric highway for that. So our highway starts from, I don't know too much about Delhi, but from Punjab and Haryana, it comes after Panipat, there is our peripheral road is there. And after peripheral road, we have just, now it is in the process, within 2-3 months we are going to complete that highway, where from that point coming to airport, it takes 2 hours. So by that highway, UR2, Ring Road, they can come within 20 minutes to the airport. So this highway is coming, we want to make it electric highway. It will go on the Dwarka Express Highway, and that after Express Highway, it will go to Delhi-Mumbai Highway and going to direct Jaipur. So I feel that there is a huge potential in India for electric trolley bus, and now some of the companies are in the process who are making electric truck. Not only lithium-ion battery, they are planning to make truck on the cable. There they can, because the capital cost is less. So that is also one of the important field where a lot of potential is there. Accessing export potential for EVs in Southeast Asia and neighboring countries is very high. As far as our two-wheeler industry is concerned, all our industry leading like Bajaj, TVS and Hero, they are already exporting 50% of their two-wheeler to the world.
And now lot of two-wheeler industry is making very, very beautiful models. I feel that even electric models also, our production cost is very less. We have just started scrapping, by which the aluminum, copper and everything, metal, plastic, rubber, we will reduce the cost of the components by which we will be most competitive our automobile industry in the world. And our expert people are here, trained and skilled manpower is with us, by which we can reduce the cost, and that is to be most potential for export. The capacity of skill building program for engineers, technicians and EV workforce, there is a lot of job opportunities. And already we have IITs, engineering college, they are doing excellent jobs, particularly training is concerned. Regarding harmonization of EV standards, we believe in consultation, collaboration and coordination. India, US agreed for harmonizing EV standards, and benefit of standardization is eases the process of sale EVs in both the markets, reduces cost of EVs by 20%, and makes EVs more competitive with petrol and diesel. Vehicles leading to rapid adoption, competitive battery market lowering the prices, high battery safety standards, uniform charging mechanism, joint research and development program in EV ecosystem, and affordable and accessible and adoptable EV. Just 4 days before in my constituency in Nagpur, we have credit cooperative societies. They have got a lot of funds. So one of the society has started a program. They have financed 300 EV scooter by 2% interest. In USA, your interest is very less. India, it is going up to 12%. So they have launched a special scheme by financing EV vehicle with the 2%. So now people are, lot of awareness is there. People are very much committed, and that is the reason that the financing will be the possible. In EV battery management, the lithium-ion battery recycling market to reach $7 billion by 2030. That is also a big challenge because pollution is big concern. Growing annually of 21.3% between 23 and 2030, and battery waste management rules 2022 already mandates the minimum percentage of recovery of materials from waste batteries. We believe in two philosophy. One is knowledge to wealth. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into waste is very important. We are just using in UR2 30 lakh ton of municipal garbage of Delhi. And in Ahmedabad, where we are using 30 lakh ton of municipal garbage in road construction in Ahmedabad-Dolaro Express Highway. Then we are using rubber tire, waste tire. Then we are using plastic and bitumen. We are making organic bitumen. Also the bio-bitumen from rice straw. Then we are using a slag, steel slag. Lot of waste material we are using in the road construction, and where our philosophy is waste to wealth. No material is waste, no person is waste. It is depending upon the appropriate technology. It is depending upon the appropriate vision of the leadership that you can convert waste into wealth. So today we are very much cautious about the conversion of waste material into value addition, because we need to support the particularly most important thing is circulation economy is very important as far as growth is concerned. So that is also the important part. And now I feel that this is to be really a big market. The domestic market is very high. When I got appointed to visit in USA, I have a discussion with the Tesla. And I suggest them that your domestic market in India is very big. We have expertise how to increase population and how to increase number of automobile vehicles. That is with the Indian society. And that is the problem. That is a big challenge also. That is an asset. But somewhere there is a huge demand for EV, auto rickshaw, two-wheeler, e-rickshaw. At that time when I was minister taking charge, we have 1 crore cycle rickshaw. The person is pulling rickshaw. But today we have got a mechanized driven e-rickshaw and e-cart. And that is to be very important that there are 150,000 people
Really on the humanity ground, they are getting liberty. Now they are running mechanized even e-rickshaw. That is to be one of the important thing in the history of India. So the technology-driven approach of the government, stable government, strong leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji, we want to make Indian economy as a $5 trillion economy is the mission for our Prime Minister. Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for that reason, the automobile industry is the most important industry. And industry, the e-vehicle is the most important thing. So today there is a huge potential of collaboration between US and India. I am really happy that building robust safety ecosystem for EV in India with the USA, this is really a golden opportunity. I am giving my special thanks to you and 100% for the future. I feel that there is a huge potential for both the countries and it is win-win situation also for both the countries. Lastly, I am telling you about my road construction mission. In my office, there is a photograph of John F. Kennedy. And his famous statement is written on my office that American roads are not good because America is rich. But America is rich because American roads are good. So, when I was minister in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, I constructed that Mumbai-Pune Express Highway and Worli-Bandra Sea Link project and 55 flyovers in Mumbai at that time in 94, 95 and 97, 98. At that time, I have taken this slogan, this statement from John F. Kennedy. I always remember that, and that is the inspiration and motivation for me, for my work. Once again, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving your time and insights to this forum. Your insights are really valuable, and we hope the industry will align with the vision to make India a safe, secure, and sustainable EV ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to bid farewell to Ambassador Garcetti. He has prior commitments. Thank you, Ambassador, for gracing the occasion with your presence. A huge round of applause for Ambassador Eric Garcetti.
Sorry? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for gracing the occasion with your presence. Huge round of applause for Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Okay, you want to say bye and then probably you want to launch the EV
No,
guidelines?
Manju can.
Okay.
If he wants, or just finish.
Okay. David? Dear all, we have now come to the end of our session. I would request Mr. David Steele and Mr. Manjunath, whom I don't see around. You want to release the guidelines? We have the guidelines ready. Do you want to release them? I can invite Mr. Manjunath has gone out with you. Or do you want to give any concluding remarks? Okay. You don't want to release the guidelines?
I think Manju will release the
Okay. Okay.
because he's maybe with the minister.
We know we're taking a lot of your time since the morning. We're waiting for Mr. Manjunath. Oh, here he is, man of the moment. So, Mr. Manjunath, Ms. Kerry Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, and Ms. Sonia Bird from ULSE, I request you all to please come on stage and release the guidelines for safe EV batteries in India. Mr. Prashant Banerjee. And Mr. David Steele. Please come on stage to release the safety guidelines. Yeah. Mr. David Steele, we are waiting for you. Mr. Steele. Mr. David Steele, we are all waiting for you to release the guidelines.
David, may I request you to come on the stage, please? Yeah. Sonia. Lakshmi, can you find out where is Sonia?
Oh, it's the guidelines.
Yes.
6 copies.
You were right.
Oh. Sonia, we would request you to please come on stage to release the guidelines.
One more copy. We need one more copy.
We're coming with a copy. You can take this one.
Just let me tell you what is this. It is not just the photo op. May I request you, just your attention please. This is the safety guideline that has been created for the EVs in India, the EV batteries. This has been done by the subject matter experts, considering various global standards and the Indian standards, how they are and what is that we really need to do. It talks about the manufacturers, what are the safety requirements that the manufacturer should comply with, and also what is the end consumer, how the end consumer should look at it. This safety guideline is prepared for and is released here for the stakeholder consultation. I am going to request all of you to collect a copy of this, and also please write back to us with your comments. We are also going to provide a link for you to access the complete details and provide your inputs. This is going to be an important thing for us to see, at least start the first step in terms of saying at least we have a guideline how we can make the EV safer. With that, thank you very much, and looking forward for your inputs on the safety guideline. Thank you.
A huge round of applause for our wonderful audience for their participation in the session on EV standards in India. With this, we end the session. Please help yourselves to high tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, US commercial team. There has been fantastic support, and and I did not know that you also had plans to invite our Prime Minister Modi for our event. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.